Welcome back, intrepid adventurers. Tonight, 74, the Crimson Moon Chronicles. I wanted to thank each and every single one of you for joining us tonight. And a happy St. Patty's Day to you all. Tonight, I hope you're wearing green. Our heroes, last we saw, ventured far into the Icewind Dale, deep down into the tundra, below the ice, into a cavernous region, and came in contact with Dwergar, a mad king, and some unspeakable monstrosity. Two of them, in fact. If you missed anything, please click that link. There was an epic battle between our heroes and the king under the tundra. Now, we zero back in to our heroes, victorious in yet another battle over a town that has been decimated, unfortunately, by what had transpired. But they are victorious and have saved the people of the 10 towns. What will happen tonight? As they heard a voice coming forth from these topaz gemstones, and Alicia looked very worried when she heard them. Sit back, my friends. Grab an ale, and let us tell you another tale of the Crimson Moon Chronicles.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome back.
I got my green. You can't see it because of the chroma key, but it's there.
As you see before you, the mass of the Chardalyn dragon being taken into a portal by Niv Mizzet. The town decimated. As you all are looking around at each other, you have a pride that starts to fill you, a joy that you know that even though some did not survive this catastrophe, that you did all that you could and that you protected them. Zardarok's sunblight is no more. What do you do?
I am exhausted.
Here.
I need to... We should probably check on the townspeople, but Can you give me half an hour?
I'm gonna go check on Sleeping Beauty.
I'll follow. Roka is
Alright.
gonna hoist up the remains of Zardarok.
Ah! They are
Somebody's gotta
keeping
do
that
it.
armor, correct?
I mean, it only stands to reason, but I figured he'd want a snack, you know?
It sounds about right. That way he doesn't try to just chomp our hands immediately.
How's everyone doing? Anyone need healing?
I think I'm okay.
I'm not well.
I could use some healing, that's for sure, but...
Roka's got a few gaping wounds from where he got thrown several dozen yards away from the falling dragon.
Anyone else
I need to
taking tally?
I need to meditate because I'm out of key points. But yeah, I'm not well.
I mean, yeah, I could probably use it as well. I'm just not. Don't let the corpse drip on me, please. Don't forget you're taller than me.
Oh, don't stand under it.
Justin, how are the companions
Yes.
looking?
As you all look at the companions that are on the ship, they are trying to do some repairs, but you see that they are pretty badly wounded. As
Okay.
Perry Hello, master.
Did I miss something
How are you doing,
while I was
Perry?
unconscious?
Metamorphosis.
Yep.
It was beautiful.
I feel very good.
Excellent.
I have a feeling
However-
you won't fit back on the ship.
He grips the necklace as he transforms back into normal size Perry. Oh,
No.
that's much better.
That is very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing the difference
I
in your
had-
two forms.
No idea that it actually did that.
That's fantastic.
Your small form is exceptionally cute.
Makes me wonder what
Thank you.
Alicia's lump of coal actually does.
Mm.
Also, Roderick, and Leon goes to give the giant armor-wearing Roderick a fist bump. Nice! Going with the...
Uh,
I was
you
not
know-
expecting that.
you know I'm going to want that back, right?
Are you sure?
I figured you'd be more comfortable in your research than manning a giant mech anytime we go into danger.
I do not know. This feels rather nice.
You should probably come out of that thing before you get carried away.
You see Roderick taking some of the debris and putting it over to the side for people.
All right, you can keep playing
That's-
for now.
I need to
Especially
talk
given
to
that
Root.
the playing is pretty helpful, honestly.
All this talk of transformation and coal, though. James! James! There you are. First, I need to let you know we've been given an enchantment by the King of the Summer Court that lets creatures in our vicinity speak directly to us in our language if they so choose. You can do that if you want. Also, did you change into a phoenix?
Cheeky. Cheeky, cheeky, cheeky.
I know you can understand me, and I wish you were speaking a language so that I could understand you. Fair enough. Okay, let's get this thing to... Well, actually, let's get this thing stripped and then get it to riot, and then we'll go to sleep. Or meditate. That's the thing. What?
I think James wants your attention.
Yes? What is it? We shouldn't feed this guy to riot?
Getting some mixed signals here.
Yes.
He flies over to Miknik as he starts rummaging through Miknik's bag.
Hang on.
Times like
the-
this, I wish
the
we still had our
flay leaf.
druid around.
He has the home stone as he tosses it.
Hey.
We should talk to Archie about it first.
I didn't see it.
Yeah. I thought he was.
Something about throat.
Talk.
I
Are
wish
you
we had our
there?
druid to commune with nature at the moment.
Oh,
You
Wait.
need Archie to talk.
Wait, you can use this to communicate?
No, I think he's saying that he needs Archie's help in order to talk.
Interesting.
I see.
Well,
Fine.
I
Let's
think he's
mix
over
it
there
in.
with it.
oh yeah, he is. Or at
Archibald,
least he had been.
I'm pretty sure you haven't left, but this beats yelling. Are you still in the area?
The homes, the rock. What do you want?
James was just telling us, I think, that you could help him communicate with us better.
Well, yes. Why? Have you been trying to speak with him?
I mean,
Yes.
we all like speaking with our companions. He's the only one it hasn't worked with. The Fey magic isn't working.
Probably because he's from a different plane.
Hey, guys,
planet.
Go on a BRB real quick. My boss is trying to call me from.
All right,
Oh,
we'll be
well,
back, folks.
Welcome back. Sorry about that, folks. As James
He's really hard to understand. I'm sure you. What am I saying? You, with all of your gadgetry and experience, you probably understand him just fine.
I
It's
do.
like playing charades.
You must remember that James is not of your world.
Called it. Yes.
So, you said that your armor has those magical properties, correct?
Not the armor itself. There is a stone that it's been infused with. Carries the magic of the Feywild.
Well, this should work then. He goes and rummages through the rock as he brings out another rock and crushes it up.
What is that?
This is a stone
I hope to one day make rocks think like you do.
from his homeworld.
Oh.
Given some of the properties.
I think I see some of. What was
As he
that?
breathes the dust in your all's face, you see some of the particulates start going toward your stones that are embedded. Now, let's see if it works.
Did you have to aim so high?
Sure. So, go ahead. Ask James something.
Well, James, what would you like me to know about you?
I can talk.
Hey, yes,
Hey!
you can.
Yes,
Yes, you
you
can.
can.
Can you
And it-
understand me?
I
Yep.
can now.
Yes.
Oh, that is good.
Fantastic. Also interesting. It's like I'm hearing your actual vocalizations and then understanding them. Separately. Fun.
This is neat. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Yes, hello.
My name is the Sixth.
That is a very musical name.
I had always wondered whether avians carried a song as their name. That's fascinating.
Hmm.
You are okay with us calling you James, though?
Sure.
We obviously can't repeat that every
But yeah,
time
my
we need
whistling
your
is not that
attention.
good.
My mouth isn't designed for it anymore. I can't really. Wait, no, I did it earlier. How did I do that?
I
That is
say
okay.
muscle memory, but I don't know if that.
I think you were
Quite
just whistling through your nose, honestly.
Like you snore.
Wait, hang on. Oh. There was a large stone in there from when I landed, I guess.
Apparently.
That explains it, I think.
Hopefully. Try
Shall
not
we
to
go
keep
deliver-
such large stones in your nose. They don't
Shall
tend to
we
end
go,
well.
let's go deliver the royal corpse, shall we?
Yes. Abobel will probably armor
Abwabel? Riot.
thing.
Oh,
Armor thing, Abwabel.
Denwar.
Meat,
Denwar.
complex meat thing, Riot.
Yeah. Denwar should probably get the armor to take a look at it instead of Abwabel.
Artificer, artifact. Both. Both.
Both. Sure.
Both is good.
I also have a
What's that,
bone to
James?
pick with.
Oh, nothing. Your ears are very soft. As he perches atop your head.
That's
I got a bone to pick with Abwabel, actually.
that is surprisingly pleasant, actually. You know what? That's fine. You can stay there. Yes. Moving to the ship.
May I add twigs?
Case by case, okay?
It's adorable. He wants to
Okay.
nest on you.
Nesting behavior means they're comfortable.
As you all go inside the ship, you see Riot.
Do something.
What?
Rokai
A fresh-
unceremoniously drops the king's corpse in the ground. I know you prefer living things, but I thought the complex nervous system would be more useful to you than fish and frozen owlbear.
Do you need the armor?
Yes.
That would be nice.
It's an incredibly
that.
rare material, so yes, we do want to keep that.
Off. I thought you were going to.
What?
I thought you were going to take the armor off before you presented him with his food.
I mean, it probably takes only a minute or two.
Well,
He's
we
heavy.
did-
I'm tired.
Alright, well, let's see if we can't get this armor off without destroying it.
Riot's tendrils grab onto the body
Never mind.
as you see part of him slough off and go inside of the armor as you see the body just start
Ah.
to dissolve.
Oh,
That
my everything.
looks like a
Oh,
starfish.
no.
Wait, Riot, stop! Riot!
Why?
Before you finish, last rites must be done. Duties of a monk, whatever. I won't be long. I commend this soul to whichever god cares to take it. Okay, go ahead.
As he dissolves the rest of the body.
I
Frankly,
must say, Riot, well
personally
done
don't.
on
You
the
see-
self-control.
You see in one of his tendrils, he has the rest of the sunken in head of Zardarok.
What happened to his cranial cavity?
Morokai holds up the hand he hit with, curls it into a fist in demonstration.
His tongue
Really
comes out as he wraps it around your hand.
I already
and
got
licks
most of it, but
off.
okay, that's
Yeah.
You see
disconcerting.
his tongue go inside the ear of the skull as it wraps around the brain mush that is in there as he
Drinks, anyone?
I'm good. I'm surprised you can even think of that at the moment.
It's more trying to get my mind off of that.
I'm glad you liked
Well,
it.
ignore the sound. I've been trying to ignore that as best as I can.
I've actually gotten used to it, oddly enough.
That's not something to be gotten used to. I'm sorry, it's not.
It is a bit of an exhausting thought, I admit.
Starting to feel better
That
then.
was good.
Yay, maybe we won't decide it. That was weak, but
Oh.
okay, I'll accept it.
We'll take that as compliments to the chef and say you're welcome.
He's missing parts of his brain. But
Yeah.
that will do.
Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
I'm
They
sorry
maybe-
the hippocampus couldn't be saved.
A few-
With the medulla oblongata.
Trying to bother. Where is the?
That
where's
would explain
Abwabel?
why he's so ornery. Happy Gilmore
He's
reference.
like a
Not happy.
gator.
Not happy. Not happy. Water boy. There we go.
Thank
Ah.
you.
You're welcome. If you all don't need me, I am wounded, and
I think we should all retire for a long rest.
No, someone needs to see to the people in the town. I
I'm
simply
going to do that. I have to go talk with Alicia anyways.
Just give me an hour or something, okay? I need to meditate,
All right.
try and recompose myself.
Leon, before you go, let me heal you. You and Moxie.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, y'all need it.
Walk by myself.
I
Rokai
said heal.
lifts up a bit of his shirt to show a large gash on his chest.
Yeah, you too.
I did get thrown several hundred meters.
Yes.
Please
Alright.
and thank you.
So, mass heal.
What do you all do?
So, 700 hit points divvied out to those who need it.
Okay.
Would be 120 minus 45, 115 minus 40, 80. Five.
I need to go speak to Root. I need to go get some permissions from Zakhord. I have to have a talk with Abwibel and try not to murder him in the process. I then need to have... Oh god, my head hurts. I hate this. Lots of shit has to get done.
So I took 85 out of that.
Alright.
And Leon took 98.
Oh, damn. I didn't realize Leon had that much health.
He was somewhere in the middle of there, I do believe.
So, we'll say 250 was used out of the 700.
That, yeah.
Sounds about right, yeah. For the three of us.
Justin, you can divvy out the remaining for...
450.
Thank you.
450.
Already done.
Cool.
Fantastic.
Okay. I'm going to go try to meditate. You're seeing to the townspeople. You have your laundry list.
I'm going to
Make-
help Leon.
Good. Okay.
Alright, be safe.
Starting with some borscht.
Worst! Mhm.
Borscht
Riot.
for the town.
Sick
Good
of
to
Bosch.
see you active. Don't feel like you have to get up and do anything, but if you feel like getting up and doing anything, you should introduce yourself to the crew. I don't think we did that.
We still need rest.
Very well.
You can always
Rest.
shout for me if you need anything. I'll be around. I know you don't like me, but you're gonna have to deal with that for a bit.
Hang on, we should probably drop off the armor with Abwibel and
Denwar?
Do you need me to move it?
I imagine Leon and I could do it together.
It's
I can grab the armor pieces that are the arms, etc. But I don't know if I could get the chest piece and leggings.
What kind of strength mod would be
What am I
required
saying?
for it?
Captain Sloust,
There you go.
Denoir, Abwibel. I'm not the only muscles on this godforsaken ship.
Yes.
This is the armor of our enemy. We
Lost
would
if
like
you
our
could help.
artificer and blacksmith to analyze them, see what use can be made of them. And we were hoping you could help transport it because it is rather large and cumbersome.
Well, tally ho.
I will be retiring to my quarters.
It will be delivered to Denwar thusly.
Too much?
Fantastic.
And with a surprisingly even high-low average out of 16, this last roll determines what happens when Rokai closes himself into his room to meditate. He assumes meditation pose and then passes out, sitting upright.
I just imagine a large snoring coming from Rokai's room now.
To look in there, he
wonders-
appears to be in meditation, but he is actually unconscious.
Moxie will follow.
What else?
Moxie follows Sloust down to Abwibel and doesn't look happy. Abwabel, I have questions.
About what exactly?
Were you last in my quarters?
I was not in your quarters.
Then how did there end up being blood in my room
I
after
remember
Starla
that being
hatched?
one of the final things that I saw before she killed me.
The blood was already there.
Yes,
Might need to get
that's where she killed me.
Over table interpretation here, I believe she captured him, brought him in there, and then ate.
And then ate. Okay. I was going to say, I do not want anyone wandering in and out of my room without my permission.
Well, you don't have to worry. I did not.
All
While
right.
you're on this line of
Thank
thought,
you.
you might ask him where he was captured,
Where
just to clear
where did
confusion.
where did she catch you?
As I told you, I was going down into the decks below. She
Okay.
just attacked me out of nowhere.
It would be out of nowhere because she was taught when she was very small that things smaller than her or things she could overpower were food. We've since revised that.
Yes, we have to redefine what smaller than her means.
Because eventually we will be smaller than her.
over table. We found Abubel tied up in a large cocoon underneath the stairs. Why would you drag him up to Moxie's room? Wake him up. He was awake then. He then gets killed and then gets dragged back down beneath the stairs and tied up.
She didn't want Mommy to find what she did.
But she then also said, I knew exactly what I did because this is what you told me. She wasn't hiding anything. That's just what she did.
So I'm wondering
Maybe
if
she
that's
didn't
actually
want to-
Abubel's blood. That's all I'm thinking.
Maybe she wanted to do the cocoon thing away from where she drops the remnants of her meals.
I mean, given that she can
You
You
hear
don't
us
shit where you
anyway,
poop, you know what I mean?
given
Mhm.
that she can hear us anyway, we
Wait,
could ask
mean-
her.
I figured this was the head chat, but
I said
okay.
that wrong.
I mean, it's probably in head chat because we do know Starla has the best hearing. But it's also a question worth asking her.
Just sorting out that situation.
Clearing up anything that I thought I didn't remember correctly. Because my
Meanwhile.
memory is garbage. Good lord and butter, that's a lot of snoring. Who is it? Never mind, I'm not even
That's
going to worry about
Rokan.
it. Interesting.
He was tied.
In that
So,
case,
for the townspeople, I
Yeah,
rolled a
Leon.
19, nat 19 for making the borscht, and I'm also going to create food and water.
Thank you so much, stranger.
It's the least we could do.
What do we call you all?
We are known as the Crimson Blade.
blades. Plural.
Blades.
Yeah, there's more than one of us.
Yeah, there is more
But
than
we
one, you know.
act as one.
We do.
Yes.
We do
That's
act
part of it.
together as one.
So I am confused. Is it one or multiple blades?
Damn it, McNick. Plural.
It is a title, and we call ourselves collectively the Crimson Blades.
Oh, Crimson Blade. Yes.
Sure.
Don't worry about it. Anywho,
Enjoy the food.
quick question, DM.
we shall.
Were any houses crushed and or demolished when the dragon
Oh,
ceremony-
yes, 100%. Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
this makes sense to me. Individually, I am a Crimson Blade, as are each of you. Collectively, we are the Crimson Blades. It makes sense. Yay! Nick, not so dum-dum.
So, Leon, what are you wanting to do precisely?
Me
Leon's
want
trying to
dum-dum,
make
give me
sure
gum-gum.
Leon's checking to see if anyone survived if they were in those houses.
No.
Well, there was always a chance. I'm guessing they're
They
flattening the
were
bubble.
very, very crushed.
With rare exception, anything that dragon encounters dies.
It was worth a check. Otherwise, Leon's helping out those that may have been injured, etc. Or in need of
There's a lot of
medical care.
injured people. So you are definitely tending to them currently.
We might find a 127 hours situation where someone needs care and is trapped in the rubble of some place. But it's unlikely, I think.
Upon finding at least most of the injured townspeople, I'm going to do a beacon of hope and mass healing word.
Okay.
At least most of.
Hey.
I love that term.
I mean, I'd love to find all of them. I just can't guarantee that I find all.
All of them.
Yeah, you found at least most of them.
Yeah, they were mostly
Majority.
attached to them.
I think it works better if it's most of them, at least.
Strangers,
If they're healing,
we
that means it's
thank
working.
you
What was that?
for saving our town.
Absolutely.
We give you a gift for saving us.
They bring a large trolley over that is filled with knucklehead trout.
We're eating for a while.
Mhm.
It is the least that we could do.
Oh, this is grand.
Fishy, 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 fishy.
Touch the fishy.
There will be
No, touch the fishy.
much appreciation for this
Mhm.
amongst the ship, I can already tell.
Yes,
I'm not
thank-
even there. I'm sorry, ignore me.
I mean, Moxie's kind of just running every which way with frantic
I
energy
have to
problems.
roll to see how many you have.
That's a
a
lot.
lot.
23 knucklehead trout.
Are knuckleheads the ones that
They're big.
and they bite things even when their head's cut off? I think I saw a gif of that earlier today.
What's a gift?
A what?
Rokai is unconscious. I'm
brain.
speaking over table.
Anywho,
So, what do you all do next?
Or if you're wanting me to say GIF, then fine. I hope you enjoy your Christmas GIFs.
Anywho's.
Leon's going to find Alicia.
She's going to
Nick's
speak
going
to
to
Root
find-
about asking for a cutting of their general vicinity to give to the shroom dragon. Contact point.
McNick's gonna come up with some way to get this fish onto the ship. So I'm assuming we're in the middle of the town and not on the ship when he presents it. Yeah.
Correct.
Get the
Slaus?
cook. Get the cook. We have an
Are-
orc on the ship now too.
Did he go with
Do
you
Do
to
you
town?
all need assistance getting it on your ship?
Oh, that would
Perry.
actually be grand, yes.
Perry,
We will do so.
I imagine I'm getting this itch in the back of my head that I feel like there's someone who might be able to help. Perry,
Yes, master.
do you imagine you can help with getting this fit onto the ship?
And of course I can.
Fantastic.
As he
Uh,
turns into the
yeah,
big frost
okay, back to
salamander.
that. Yeah, I figured you might be tired, but sure. Looks like we got it.
Oh, sweet.
We got a
Oh,
whole bunch more than
sweet
just a
lord,
beer.
what was that?
Fish! I call from beyond the ship.
I have to throw this in there.
Look, we need your
Justin,
assistance, please.
it's up to you whether you treat this as canon or not, but I love this line. Fresh fish! We catch them, you buy them!
Sure, you hear that off in the distance.
Yeah, that.
Okay, then.
mercy. That's a lot of seafood.
See?
Moxie Root puts out one of his branches.
Right. This scares me. I'm not good with plants. Snip. Thank you.
Okay. I think he was having you on.
Can be mean sometimes. Ugh. I've just been. Oh god, I just got punked by a tree.
Oh, give him a break. He communicates in pantomime. Let him have some fun.
Well,
Cut
and
it
she.
out.
Mm-hmm. Well, she gets it together and she just kind of generally calls Starla. I'm going cave diving. Want to come with?
You hear her from behind you. Where are you going, mother?
The cave system. I'm going to go see our new friend, the mushroom dragon.
Mm. Fine.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Moxie's rolling sense motive for that. She doesn't trust that.
Maybe hungry baby needs a meal.
There could definitely. That would be under insight. So
I
that's
imagine
that's
she
a
needs
total
to
of
hunt.
yeah, that's a total of 20 for sense motive, basically. She's hungry then, I would probably assume.
She's satiated now.
Now.
Who? Wait, no. What did she eat? Oh, you gave her Zardarok earlier.
Oh yeah, we
No.
said that she could drink the blood earlier.
But I guess she didn't.
No.
Is somebody else missing now?
Imagine one of the townspeople.
You might ask directly.
Recently, Starla?
Didn't get that.
Starla, what have you eaten recently?
Oh, nothing important.
That's fair enough, I suppose. As long as you
Don't
didn't
look
eat
in the
anything.
mansion.
That's perfectly
Did
fine.
we
I
leave
will
anything important in the mansion?
No, I
You
imagine
did
she
not.
she just destroyed the Hades out of she just destroyed the hell out of the servants. It's fine. It's all fine.
No, I did not.
I'm not asking any more questions. I don't want the answers.
I'm
I've
wondering
killed
if she.
them a lot,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not what I ate.
What did you eat? I shouldn't ask.
Way.
I'm wondering if she realized the mansion gets purged every 24 hours.
I did.
I'm
I
not
don't-
awake. She didn't hear me say that.
If Starla can
Mother,
read,
would you
yes.
like to go?
Yes, we can go now. You cannot eat the mushroom dragon or its offspring.
I doubt that I would be able to kill a dragon.
Oh, but the babies are small, and I wanted to warn you that, yeah, Zakhord is protective. So, and I don't want to lose you to a mushroom.
Well, then let's go.
All right, down into the cave we go. She's gonna polymorph and just.
As Moxie and Sarla enter Zakhord's cave system, you see that there are even more mushrooms as you go past the topaz crystals that line the caverns.
Hmm.
You veer into where the Dwergar stronghold was, as you see Zakhord linked to a massive network of mushrooms with the tendrils that are spread everywhere.
Why come back?
A special tree that stays on the ship with us. and I have a cutting to leave here to take root, so that if you need us again, you can communicate through this tree when it grows.
I thought I told you to leave.
Yes, you did. We were also hoping to have a little bit of time to ransack the abandoned Dwergar dwellings.
Please roll diplomacy. Don't let that be the word you used.
I mean, it's very fair.
You see the hundreds of eyes that start opening throughout the chasm walls that
Yeah.
are all peering at you now.
We were hoping to have maybe some of the spare materials to repair our ship. It was badly damaged in the fight with the metal dragon.
What do you have for me?
I am hoping that you and this little sprout can learn to coexist symbiotically, thereby adding life to your home while also connecting you to us in case we need one another.
Might mention its origin.
Well, over table, it is of the Feywild, isn't it? The tree? This tree grows in the Feywild.
Where are the rest of the corpses?
I came straight down here from where our ship was. I haven't gone to investigate more of the corpses yet.
I smell them.
In head chat, guys, any corpses that you can kind of surreptitiously get over here, Zakord could use greatly because this is making me slightly nervous.
I really doubt that's a good idea with the citizens, civilians, whatever you want to call them, taking their dead and then bringing it down into a large cave. No offense, but that just seems wrong on so many levels.
You see the two babies.
You start here, babies down here are unhappy babies, guys. We have problems. Aw, unhappy babies.
Rokai's voice sends in through the head chat. Suddenly, Raina, wait, what? What?
Oh dear. Oh,
What's
my
happening?
head. Oh, my head.
Rokai,
What's
the dragon wants to feed its young. And it's asking about the
corpses.
corpses in the town.
Did Calamax go down there alone?
Yes, she did. With Starla. Or I guess on Starla.
Justin, has it been about a half hour yet?
Yeah.
Okay, so I get my key points back. Yay, I meditated.
Oh dear.
What was your name?
My name is Calamax. Mm-hmm.
I will give you the metal for something useful.
I mean, we did kill Zodarok and give him what he needed to take over. They, It.
They. So they. So over table, well, not over. Never mind. Hold on. You were asking about corpses earlier. I'm sure if I sneak around enough, I can find a few of them for your little ones.
No.
A tendril goes out and grabs the root system out of your hand. As another root system is placed in your hand.
Put this in the town above me.
Over table, that makes it sound like it was the one that was destroyed when we were leaving and the dragon was attacking.
Yes.
All right.
The one that is already empty and full of dead.
Yeah. That I can do.
Okay. Morals
Mhm.
were flaring, but now morals are quelled.
This I can do. I will leave markers at each end of this area so that if, by chance, someone is unintelligent enough to come down here, they'll stay away. You need to have your nest defended. And she'll kind of just look at Starla and it's like, come on, let's go. Let's not aggravate the hungry little ones.
Calimax,
Yes, Zachord?
how good can you run?
I'll do you one better. I can fly and polymorph and zoom. Come on, Starla. Let's go. You can hear, well, Zachord can hear a little bit of laughter as she's flying out. Just a little, because it's like, you want me to run? I'll do you one better. And
What do you all do?
Alicia, where are you at?
What do you want, Leon?
Oh, there you are. You said before this whole madness started, something about the white glowing, I'm not sure if they would be called specks or whatever, but the same kind of eye shine that you had was appearing around me. You said something about wanting to talk to me about it earlier, and from what I gather, it
Let's
had
get
something to do.
one thing straight. It is not the same. Finish your sentence.
I was saying it sounded like it was related to the whole Nux situation you were bringing up.
It is not, and choose those words carefully. Continue your sentence.
I did.
You have nothing else to say.
I was curious if you could elaborate on what you were going to tell me on. You had said something about it.
Okay, I'm
Did I?
Small-
Shimmer mage. It would
Shimmer
appear
mage.
as if you have properties of some of the mages that were able to tap into a different kind of magic.
Interesting.
Typically, it only reveals itself in dire situations, as the one that you found yourself in. You are able to tap into the ethereal plane.
To an extent, I did figure out how to send one there temporarily.
Yes, but you can do much more than that if you train hard enough.
Interesting.
I would assume that it's because of your bloodline. Who were your parents?
I don't quite know who my father was, but let's see here. It's been quite some time since I've thought of my mother.
Where are they having this conversation?
On the ship, as
Yeah.
far as I know.
Where on the ship?
Good question.
Near the kitchen area.
Oh,
Alicia
okay.
has fixed herself some of the borscht as she's eating it.
Okay. Well, in that case, Rokai was about to step out of his room when he heard this conversation start. 24 perception, so he is actually paused just inside his door listening.
She was a human, Sarah? Sarah Adol.
Well, that wouldn't be it. Had to
No.
have been from your father's side, I would imagine.
A wood elf, I want
Oh.
to say, is what she said.
Who were you trained by again?
Blemick. He became sort of my adopted father, though I never did say it to him. He was a glitter
Never
mage.
mind. He was a glitter mage. Is that what he
Yes.
told you?
That is what he said?
Okay.
I'm guessing that's not correct based off of your...
No, he was not. I had very little run-ins with Glemick. But rest assured,
What
he
sort
held
of
some of the
run-ins?
same magical properties as you do. Were you there when he died?
Yes.
Did
Not
you touch
sure.
his corpse?
They wouldn't let me.
That would explain it. I think he might have inadvertently transferred some of his magic to you when he died.
That's something at least.
He still watches over you even in death.
I like to think so.
Well, you don't need to think it. It happened. Tell everyone that I must speak with them urgently when they have a moment.
Meanwhile, Moxie lands. Oh dear lord, why did I do that?
Picnic's
Yeah.
been in the kitchen the entire time, so he just steps out.
I'm also stepping out of my room, like, why exactly couldn't you touch?
Remember the librarians as
No,
well?
I remember they stopping. I'm asking her, why would that explain things? It's a small ship.
Which
I heard
part?
everything.
Oh.
Which part, Rokai?
Why him not being allowed to touch Glimmick's dead body would explain anything about his ability.
When a shimmer mage dies, their body has a different type of reaction to the ethereal plane. If Leon would have touched him within that moment, the magic that would have transferred would have teleported him to the ethereal plane. The magic only had one way to expel itself, into Leon's body.
Then,
A
color me
gift
impressed.
from
I
his
can't-
dying master.
I see what you're saying, but I can't pretend to comprehend the mechanics of it.
That's interesting.
Shimmer mages have a heavy link to the ethereal plane. Their magic comes from there. It is the magic that Leon uses, those glimmer shines that come off of him when he casts certain spells. That's where the well of his power comes from.
Sense.
As you, Rokai, yours comes from your key.
I see. Leon, I told you had the makings of an archmage.
Leon shakes his head for a second. Yes, sorry, got lost in thought.
Archmage. Wait a minute. How long was I asleep? Is Niv Mizzet still around?
Should be.
Or
No, he took the dragon through the portal. How long ago? I go out. I'm gonna rush to the deck suddenly to see if he's still around or if he's already left.
Niv is still around. He's helping to rebuild portions of the town using his magic.
Oh.
While that's going on, I'm going to personally BRB to grab my jacket and house shoes.
it's cold where he's sitting, so. We have permission to retrieve materials from the abandoned settlement over by Zakward's nest. Do not enter the nest.
Okay.
Frankie,
I
I was gonna say crabby dragon babies. Crabby dragon babies are the. Oh my god, they're cute, but the crying.
Oh,
Oh lord, the crying.
given that you didn't reach out after asking for food for them, I don't want to know exactly what deal you struck, but I trust that you were wise and
Oh, they wanted a
cautious.
sprout put in the Dwergar overrun town that was already completely abandoned.
I'm going to try not to
collect
think
the
too
corpses.
hard about what that would entail. Just do what you have to do.
It's already done. It literally the town that we had been to over by the hole.
Mm-hmm.
The one that was already destroyed before the fight. That's the one. The one that everybody was already dead.
This
They wanted the corpses.
okay.
So that's done. We have permission to retrieve some of the materials to fortify our ship.
Then I will be on it. We will send in some people to do so.
Thank you. Just be careful of spores and anything that looks like a mushroom. Just avoid it.
Who was that, Sloust?
Yeah, just avoid anything that looks like it could be a fungus.
As before.
Mm-hmm.
So, Alicia, you said you wanted to talk to all of us?
When everyone is present, yes.
Right.
Rokai, you are outside on the ship. You can see Niv Mizzet. What do you do?
I will approach him respectfully and call out, Niv Mizzet. I would have a conversation if you have time.
As his head goes over the ship and his frill comes out.
What exactly would you like to talk about?
The fact that there is no Archmage in Waterdeep anymore. Niv Mizzet. The Xanathar was posing as him. Conversation with Leon reminded me.
The Xanathar. Truly a horrid individual.
I wanted to speak with you about him, if I could.
What exactly would you want to know?
It's not so much what I want to know, it's about what I do know. And some ideas that I've had. Discussing strategy. I'd like to know if you think it worth the time of the Resistance to invest into trying to let's say, redirect the Xanathar's resources into our care.
Are you suggesting a coup?
Oh, you know what I'm suggesting. You see, I've been considering what I've learned about the Xanathar this time. A lot of people are afraid of him because of his abilities. He has all of those eye stalks, can do all of these spells, and the central eye that can neutralize magic. The problem I've seen is so many people approach him one-on-one. So he can approach that person with everything that he has. But I'm saying, what if we split our forces, take everything that we have, spread it around him, make it harder for him to target any particular person? More than one spellcaster so he can't neutralize their magic.
No one has ever seen the Xanathar do battle.
I can see that being intimidating. I personally have seen him vaporize some of his own attendants.
That is not battle. Mind you, he is very smart.
He is. I can't say that I'm smarter than him, but I'd like to think he would be more strategic. We could, if we pool our minds and resources. Now, what I'm thinking is, each of those eyes he has, they have rings on them. They're supposedly protective charms of some sort. What sort, I can't say. But I do know it would be very difficult to pull them off. But those eye stalks are rather spindly, aren't they? Instead of removing the protection, remove the appendage.
What you are not taking into consideration is that potentially one of those rings might protect his spindly nature.
True, true.
I do believe that with someone as smart as the Xanathar, he has probably invested a wealth into his own protection.
There is also the chance that he is overconfident. He takes a lot of time preening his image so that I'm afraid of him, so he would not consider his natural defenses insufficient.
Beholders are extremely xenophobic by nature. They fear what might happen to them more than anything.
If that is the case, then why does he surround himself with people? I don't think he's a typical beholder.
You also must consider that in the back
Yikes.
of your... I was trying to be quiet. You must also consider that in the back of your mind there's this little tickle about the fishbowl.
Oh, yes. And Krenko said he was rather fond of his fish. Unnaturally so.
A fish.
A fish.
Sure why.
Otherwise known as a bargaining chip. Or perhaps leverage.
With all of the things that we have to deal with, do you think that taking on Ferris's largest mob boss would be the wisest plan of action?
Wise? No. But then again, many things we do aren't wise. I'm looking at whether it is worthwhile. Worth the time, worth the effort.
It could be, in theory. The Xanathar does hold a massive hoard of magical items.
And we do have someone already familiar with the underbelly of the world who could take the position and drive it in our favor. The
We
very
do not
same
know
who gave us our
exactly
crew.
how the title of Xanathar works.
There
There
are great
hasn't been another Xanathar in quite some time.
There are a great many things that we don't know. We tend to find them as they happen. We didn't know Charlatan could be formed into a dragon.
Well, if you believe this to be something worth your time, then when you decide to do it, let me know.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if we approach this, would we have the backing of the resistance? Would we have your assistance as we did here today?
Me, no.
Not you specifically. Obviously, you're far too important.
We are very low on the resources as it is.
If it worked,
We need all the people that we have for the battle with Sherlock.
if it worked, it would be a massive influx for us, for the resistance. And also, it would allow us to find a new Archmage for the Mages Guild at Waterdeep.
And get the people of Waterdeep out from under the thumb of the Xanathar and his lackeys.
Oh, hello, Moxie. I forgot you were here.
Yes, yes, I'm
Fine.
silent like death.
Very well. You would have backup.
I appreciate it, though I sense you still do not approve.
I do not. The Xanathar rivals even me with his power.
We assume. No one has seen him fight, you say.
Correct.
It's amazing what a rumor can do to one's... Wait. How did he get Illithids in his employ?
It's a great question.
That is a very good question. Considering that he also, one, is going against the nature of a beholder in general by keeping himself surrounded by things and people.
Moxie,
Vecna-
didn't you say that there was an Illithid ship at...
Pardon?
Didn't you say that you saw something related to the Illithids at Skelnose complex?
Vital Inc., there had been a ship that crashed.
That is curious. Okay, so I was hoping to find something more concrete from this conversation. What I have learned is that while we do not have your approval of this plan, or rather, you don't approve of the course of action because you deem it suicide, you would help us if we chose to pursue. Let me ask you plainly, do you think it would be worth the risk, should we succeed, for the benefit of the resistance?
And what if you don't? Will it have been worth it to lose some of the greatest warriors that Tharis has seen?
That is the inherent nature of risk. The downside. Accepting that as the risk, would it be worth it? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
Thank you for taking the time. You've given us all something to think about. We have not decided on this course of action. Everyone argued with me about it, much the same way you have, though I feel we've come to the same conclusion all the way around. The decision will be made, it will be made with everyone. And I will let you know
Good.
well before we take action.
I believe that I have the situation under control here if you wish to make your way off.
That
Trying
depends
to
on how
repair the
far
ship.
Comshe's gotten with the repairs.
I bid you adieu for now.
Farewell, Niv
Next
Mizzet.
time.
Be well. I'll
You all
walk off
see-
and call out, "Come, Shay!"
Come shop.
Niv as he continues to help the town. Yes, dear. What
How
can I
the re-
help you with?
How are the repairs coming on the ship?
We are around 75% right now.
Would you be able to continue while we are mobile?
I've taken care of some of the worst damages first, so I do believe that we could become airborne with what I've done thus far.
And if you're concerned about safety while in flight, Leon can give you the ability to fly as well, should you need to do any exterior repairs.
I will continue my repairs even if we are in flight. And if
Okay.
I need Leon's assistance, then Leon, do you care?
Not at all.
Very good.
Should we do something about the mast?
Already on it.
Fantastic. All right. I'll go round everyone up. I'll go see if everyone's in a leash presence yet, actually, first. And if anyone's not there, I'll round them up.
I mean,
You
she
all
just kind
are-
of wandered off, so Moxie just kind of wandered back in.
As you all get back onto the ship, you see Alicia as she's finishing her bowl of borscht. What do you do?
More borscht, eh?
I think we're all here now.
Nick, I thought we were going to diversify the menu.
We did. I just, shared it with the townspeople.
Ah,
Hey,
Alicia?
borscht is easy and goes far. At least I added more onion powder this time.
I can smell it.
that's what that is.
I was hoping for more garlic than onion powder.
Anyway,
I think someone may have swapped your labels.
boys, sit.
Right, Alicia, you wanted us all here?
I did.
Attendance.
What you saw happen here today was the works of a madman with the aid of someone possibly madder.
That's concerning.
But it makes sense. You speak of the voice that came out of the citrine. Now you've got me saying it, Leon.
Oh, come on. It
Topaz.
was one time.
Both.
Yes, out of the topaz crystals. The cave system that we were in, the crystals that lined it. Those were also topaz, weren't they?
Yes.
Okay. I need to ask something of you all. And if you do not wish to do it, I understand.
I already say it will be done. You're an ally.
For family. Why not?
You might as well all be my family.
Mm.
If we follow through this, we will be going to exactly where that voice was coming from.
That be.
Someone that I once deemed a friend.
Oh, Lord, that could be the entire world.
We get a name for that.
Hang on.
He needs
My
a moment.
boss texted me.
Mm.
Un momento, por favor, dear viewers. Our order has shifted, and now we are back.
We will be headed into the dwelling of Kisan Ra Thisir.
It's a lovely name for a not so lovely person.
Kisan Van Sia.
Kisan Rathisir.
Kisan Rathisir.
That's a mouthful. I
It's
wish
a
I recognized it.
I was gonna say it's a beautiful name. Makes me think of a Rakshasa or a Jinn.
I rather thought she was going to say something that sounds rather hasty.
Who knows?
So,
Well, we might be able to get some answers to some questions that we have, but we need to approach this very delicately. Kisan is, well, he sees things very differently than we do at all times.
Can
Reminds me
you?
of Asriel from what you're describing.
I've met a priest of the king in yellow who thinks that way, but that's a bit different.
It would probably just be best that we go and see him. He wanted to speak with us. He wanted to meet you all.
you
Oh,
mean
dear.
presently, before anything else?
Yes.
Understood.
Why?
I don't know why he wants to see you.
No, I mean, why should we acquiesce?
Because the topaz that is here, still, he could probably influence more. I would like to try and get it out of this part of the Icewind Dale.
Isn't topaz an incredibly common gemstone?
Not in this quantity, no.
Hmm.
This area has his influence.
Okay. Well, I don't understand why this seems so significant to you, so please elaborate. What is the danger? What has you, of all people, so cautious?
He is the one that killed Nox.
Why?
It was a deal that went wrong.
Are you nervous about giving us more details? Are you scared, or do you just not, or do you want us to just walk in blind?
Nox and I, as you all saw from that memory, we not only were once travel companions in a much larger group, not unlike this one here. We became lovers. We fell in love. Nox was a beautiful fighter. He was actually a bard like yourself, Moxie.
Surprise me.
We had a deal that we got from Kisan. Kisan wanted us, our group, to go and find this artifact
Which
that
artifact?
was in the Erenthor Mountains. A statue. A statue of an Ifriti. And he wanted us to retrieve the gemstone, the Eye of Algos.
Oh, this sounds vaguely familiar.
Like the stone of E-glass. But we've
I was
met
thinking-
E-glass.
I was thinking more of the artifact we pulled from the statue we found in the Feywild. Gave us the gateway to... What was it?
Temple of Sisul, or
No.
Heptapot.
different thing.
And Ketapat,
Um,
yes. Sorry, it was a
yes.
lifetime ago.
Right, and then then the pocket dimension. Oh yeah, and the king.
Harakir.
Yep, that's
Yes,
what.
that's
Why does everything have to be yellow?
I thought that one was more pink.
Either way,
Apologies. The color yellow brings bad memories.
The gems
We
were
found
obsidian.
the statue. But as we found the statue, it had an enchantment on it.
Mm.
As they do.
Algos was an Ifriti. And if you all don't know what an Ifriti is, I'm glad that you don't for now. It means that you have never come into contact with one of those devious things.
The name suggests some sort of demon.
They
Can't
are a
remember.
type of Jinn.
There we go.
The eye houses Algus, the Jinn. We were supposed to get that gem.
And
Nox and I wanted very, very badly to put our adventuring days behind us. We wanted to start a family. We had amassed quite a bit of wealth on our journeys. I always thought that if I could get enough on my journeys that I could even go and rescue my sister, bring her to a true home
noble enough goal.
where that she could grow up and be happy, have a normal childhood. Knox and I were even thinking of names for our children.
By your wistful tone, though, the heist did not go as planned.
It did in a way. As the battle raged on with the statue, it was enchanted by Algus. We lost one of our party members, Durain. Durain was such a good ranger. He was one of the best shots that I had ever seen. He just didn't see a shot that was coming towards him. He fell into a trap that pinned him. As Knox and I dealt the finishing blow, I was trying to help, possibly maybe even heal our friend, and I didn't catch it in time. Knox decided to make a wish. He invoked the name of Algus, and as he did, he came forth. And he did grant his wish.
But as Jin do, there certainly was a twist, wasn't there?
There was.
What was the price?
He said that he wanted us to have a proper family. A life where we could restart. Happy. I don't exactly know how he worded his wish, but all of our comrades transformed before our very eyes into bars of gold and jewels. And Algus said, "Here's your new start." As Algus disappeared, we were left without the eye. As we went back to Kisan, we tried to explain what had happened. In his rage, we did make a deal with him. And Knox went back on the deal, and I tried to calm them both down as they were trying to have a screaming match between each other. He was saying that he would do whatever that Kisan wanted. I don't even think that Kisan really thought about it. I don't even think he meant to do what he did. But he did kill Knox in the blink of an eye. And within that moment, I prayed whatever deity would listen. And I was never a religious person, mind you. And my screams that rang out throughout those caverns, something heard me. And that is where I learned of the Raven Mother.
Raven Mother.
Not surprised.
The name alone
The
explains a
Raven
few
Mother
things.
came to me and offered me the chance that she would bring Knox back to life. But at a cost. That I were to be her avatar. Her right hand.
Oh,
You
Avatar.
you are the physical personification of the Raven Mother, essentially.
I
Well,
I
that's how I live
try.
and breathe.
thought you were going to say champion or something, but Avatar.
I try to tamper back some of her anger at times, which is why I fashioned the mask that I did. It enables me to hold back some of my true power.
And what we've seen, you're already terrifying. I say you're terrifying, but we're still sitting here.
and on top of you, I'm assuming being a shimmer mage, it only adds to it, doesn't it?
Well, she did say it's not the same thing at all, but
No, but judging by her intimate nature of knowing the ins and outs, it would suggest that she knows more that way.
A friend of mine that I traveled with was a shimmer mage. I am not Leon.
Yet you've also had that same glow over your eyes.
That glow is an abundance of power that I am trying to contain.
sometimes white, sometimes black.
Yes.
That is curious.
I hope that you never have to see either of them used.
Rather, I hope that whenever it rears its head again, as such things often do, that I'm just not on the other end of it.
So, when shall
But
we
it-
be off to go and see this?
Kisan.
Now, Kisan is a wealth of knowledge. And what happened to me happened a long time ago. I do not wish you all to harbor any ill will towards Kisan. He could be an ally, he could be an enemy. I do not know where
Well,
he
then-
stands.
Then
these
by your
days.
will, I will approach him neutral and accepting.
Then diplomacy it shall be.
I will
So
say
I can manage.
that he is very different. Fuck, I hate this. As she opens a portal.
I miss my
Shall we?
portal. I miss my portal abilities. Maybe I'm going to talk to the
Now.
old gods. Okay, fine.
Apparently.
In we go. Come on,
Now,
everybody.
directly?
Yes, now directly.
I
If
guess
you
the sooner
wanted
it's
to
done.
speak with us, the sooner we get it done, the better.
I mean,
Kamsha, will you
I've barely
keep an
had
eye
time to
on...
meditate. No one's had time to properly left. Are we ready?
You all have had a long rest. You've been resting. You meditated.
Farted around for a while. Okay.
Kamsha, would you be an absolute gem and make sure that Riot doesn't get worse while we're away?
Where we are going, there will have been barely any time that has passed here. His realm exists outside of time and space.
Alright, scratch that. We'll be back in a second.
Kamsha, you keep doing what you're doing, dear, and you look damn good doing it.
Of course. The family charm.
What sort of music do you want, Justin?
Great question.
Full type music or cave type music?
Something ethereal sounding, maybe?
Final Fantasy VII intro music.
Spacey wacy even, maybe?
So whimsical, but like tense.
Am I breaking out
Yes.
the album?
Which
You can
album?
if you'd like.
The album. Fun. Also, we still need to address the body in the mansion, apparently.
I'm not about to go doing anything about that right now.
Well, one way or another, in about 12 hours, it's going to come out on the deck on its own.
Yes, and we
That's
can...
for future Leon after this whole ordeal.
Fine.
Yeah, and it's not Moxie's problem at all.
You all speak with your companions, see if they want to come with. James, you're welcome if you wish to come.
Of
Starla.
course.
Starla, it's up to you. If you want to
As
sleep,
he
fine. If you want to
Boops
come,
on top
fine.
of your head.
Hang on. There. Settle in.
Hang on. I know that there's a good song for this. Hang on. Let me find it.
I can't do
has a
random
fire-
YouTube right now, but anything from that Master Duel BGM you gave me, I could do.
Yeah.
There's
I
a
will
fire
be-
bird on
I will
the
be
head.
1 moment and right
Hey,
back.
just make sure it doesn't catch flame.
There's a fire bird right at the top of my head.
He's on fire!
Do start off with which one is this? Battle theme number 6.
Oh, we're going to go with that. We're going to go with That's Okay. Battle music.
No, it's just because I like it. I like the
Okay.
sound of it.
Okay. Okay.
Did you find it?
Oh yeah, it's playing.
It's very chill. Anywho,
Where's Moxie?
She said
I
she'll
think
be
she had to
step
right
away for a
back.
sec. Should Mick perhaps reach out to the Cold One, announcing what has been accomplished?
repeated.
I
Or
have been
should we
considering it, wondering
or
when
should-
a good time would be.
get these answers first?
I figure she's already known, and
I mean, any good little lapdog will
And that-
report back to their owner.
Oh
Wow.
boy.
lay it on there thick.
The leash got put on hard and heavy, all right?
Yeah, dude.
You are a lapdog that has been branded, collared, and put in a snuggly wuggly little silver coat.
What? What have I just walked into?
Talking about the cold one.
Mick is the Cold One's lapdog now. We
Yes,
know
he
this. We
is.
saw this.
Mike, 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 Mike.
Is everybody ready?
Ready.
As you all go through the portal, you come into a large cave opening that has floating islands that you are now on, that is adorned with topaz crystals. As you're floating within this ethereal space, you can literally see the vast ocean of wild space around you for the very first time.
Heavens.
Leon's just drawing off in the corner for the moment.
Is Kisan a particularly religious man?
You could say that.
I have a very serious problem with the color yellow. You can imagine why.
Insight here, 25. Is the golden energy in this area in any way relevant to the golden key energy I channel regularly?
It has similar properties, yes.
Interesting.
That is unsettling.
What else can you tell us about him? Other than the fact that he's eccentric.
He's all around us right now.
Okay.
You
That
speak of
doesn't
him
change.
as though he is a god.
You
I'm
could say that.
going to guess that yellow stuff might be him.
Okay
You
then.
see the crystals as they detach from the walls and start forming together.
Oh,
Oh,
I see. Okay.
You see spines with floating topaz gemstones roll down a very large body as these upturned, twisted wings fold in on themselves, lining where normal webbing would be of dragon's wings. You see ethereal energy attach
What is that?
Mister, I
as you
hope
see crystalline features that begin to start taking shape as this is now in front of you.
Oh my heavens.
I gotta say, that's one cool looking mini.
I believe the color yellow has been redeemed in good part. Stunning.
Hell's
And
above.
sister, you must also remember that I do not tend to say things in private that I would not say to someone to their face.
I can see how he made the dragon move like it did.
Well,
You all hear the shifting, almost flowing, sing-songy nature of his movements as he starts to fly over near you all as he lands on a rock.
Ooh, can we get a sense of scale here?
big.
He's very, very, very large, gargantuan in nature.
Cool. Cool.
Well, oh wow.
Well there. So I see that you have decided to come back. Avaricia. Do tell. What have you been up to? And I see that you did bring exactly who I told you to. Fantastic news.
Oh.
Crimson bleeds.
Yes. Hello. It's nice to meet you.
It is overwhelming to bring in your awesome presence, Key-san.
But of course.
This is quite interesting, very. And I wonder if your main crystalline body is what causes the
Leon, not
shadowy.
now.
Settle down.
Leon just tucks the book away. Oh, sorry.
Not now.
He brings in pieces of space as he starts looking through them. So, please, enlighten me. Why have you decided to come into my domain?
Alicia, oh great Key-san, said that she needed our assistance, and so, like any good family, we agreed.
Delightful. We'll just rearrange these.
Nay,
So, I see that you were able to take down my mighty creation.
Yep.
I do wonder why you unleashed it on our world.
Well, you see, when you've lived as long as I have, sometimes you get bored.
Boredom is the bane of all existence.
Rokai visibly relaxes as he says, "Oh, you're like our
You cut out there, bud.
I rather
You're like
get
Archibald.
bored. So I like to show a little bit of chaos into the universe.
I wonder,
Maybe
if
You'll
you'd,
have
never
to
hurt anybody, but
excuse that.
I wonder if you'd have enjoyed the apples of discord.
oh, shush.
Why do you think I made them in the first place?
I'll be damned.
Hold a moment. You, Aeon, Vecna, you. Oh, there's so many threads. I don't know where to chase.
For now, you need
Not
to
your tail.
sit. I was gonna say, for now, you need to sit.
Rokai looks around, frustrated, confused, trying to figure out what to say, finally snaps his jaws shut, looks sullen, and sits.
You
Little
are an
bird on his head.
interesting little creature. As he lifts up Rokai and
Yeah.
brings him over to his snout.
Oh, hell's above.
As you are about this small comparatively. Well,
Teeny fluff.
I can see that you were once two, and now you're one.
I wish I could
Now
say this was
that-
the strangest thing that's happened to me this year.
That is some chaos in and of itself. As he goes and sits you back down, I did want to speak with the Crimson Bleeds. You see, standing before you, me, Cassandra, is here. A god of chaos. And also one of the mouths of Sardio.
I know that name.
The progenitor of crystal dragons. Or gemstone dragons. Forgive me, many different names for the same group.
My brother would see to it that your entire realm be saved, be spared, be given plenty of tools to fight your own fights. I disagree. I think that you should come up with it on your own. But I digress. We don't tamper nearly as much as we used to. The extended family is large.
Plenty
And
of...
I can assume that you've met some of them.
haven't you?
Probably.
We've had dealings with Bahamut. We have an appointment with Tiamat.
We actually met Tiamat once, thanks to you. Remember
And-
your cool crystal legs thing?
We've met a crystal dragon named Markhal.
He's a lovely enough gent. And,
Mhm.
oh yes, there's also the Cinder Flame currently rampaging our home.
Hey. Sure.
Yep, with the Herald and King Midas being his only two lackeys left.
Well, on the court anyway. We do know he has a lot of other ones. Felagos'
Yeah.
parents.
And,
Many
you know,
dragons.
the Kage, etc.
Many
My
unfortunate
My
dragons.
brother and I have an ongoing bet. I think that your realm would benefit greatly from a stirring of the pot, as it were.
I dare say the pot has been rather thoroughly stirred at this point.
I don't think it's stirred nearly as much as it should be. But my brother, he disagrees. So, we're going to do something to see what helps you the best. But it will be a trial in order to gain our boon.
Of course, nothing is ever given freely that is of high value. The universe works that way.
We are no stranger to trials of the gods.
Nope.
Sardior will give his boon to you if you could do a trial to prove your worth. Are you willing to do so?
I'm curious to hear what your conditions are before agreeing to his.
You
I
see,
like knowing all the sides of the equation before I start working.
Which part are you curious about?
Over
The
table,
trial itself.
over table, he did say that they both were going to offer something, right?
yes,
Correct.
he was saying,
So if he's
this was
saying
Sardior.
Sardior's offering blah, leaving out what he's doing, that's what I'm curious about.
No, he's talking about his brother. Sardior Sardior's voice over
Mhm.
table is spoken through two demi-dragon gods, basically.
Right,
You are talking to one, there is another.
right,
Oh,
They are the voices of Sardior.
right.
Interesting.
But okay.
they're one and the same.
Oh, he is the chaotic and the brother is the other side, and they
Yeah.
are both voices of Sardior. So he's not saying that his brother has a deal. He's saying this is Sardior's thing. Okay, I found the triangle. I found the shape.
It's the
Good.
I
Kronk.
found the shape of it. We're good.
It's Kronk.
I found
Oh,
the
yeah.
shape of it. We're good.
It's all
It's
good
all
together.
coming together.
It's a circle. It's not.
Laugh-
It's not square. No, not. Maybe like a triangle.
Laugh is like a circle.
Someone got the reference.
Laugh is like a circle. That's why the ring is like a circle.
Okay, moving on. Sorry, I was confused for a moment. Someone else talk. I am clearly
What would the
overwhelmed.
trial entail?
Rokai voluntarily sits.
So,
The trial would be broken into two parts. Mine would have you see a very chaotic situation that you have to defuse. My brother, on the other hand, will tell you exactly what the other side is. As he takes all of you and throws you into a different part of space, as you all are traveling through space at the speed of
I can
light.
see that he's indeed the creator of the Discord apples.
This makes sense.
You all
Rokai still
land.
in the sitting position.
You all land in another cavern system similar to Kisan's. As you look around, though, amethyst crystals line the
Amethyst.
entirety of this realm.
So Rokai says the utter lack of momentum from that traveling is very disconcerting. Nat 1 Constitution check.
Say what?
Nat 1 Constitution.
I think you
Four?
The utter lack of momentum on that journey is very disconcerting.
As Rokai hurls.
I'm sorry, it has been a very rough day.
I mean, a half-hour nap and then you're right back to it. So
We need to
For
eat
what
you
it's
some
worth.
grass for that. Ugh.
For what it's worth, he hasn't.
I guess I may have over-seasoned that borscht.
For what it's worth, Rokai hasn't actually eaten anything for several days, and you just haven't noticed. So there's not really anything that comes up. It's just heaves.
Ew.
Oh, this must be the chamber of Futhar.
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 Well, purple and blue are my favorite colors. For a reason.
Futhar. On the sea.
Futhar. This year.
DC.
I like the way they do their names.
Futan.
Oh, N. There's an N.
We ask for your presence, Alicia says, as the crystals start conglomerating together. You see a similar draconic shape take form as a massive dragon comprised of amethyst forms in front of you. The same astral-like wings coalesce together.
Well,
As
Wow.
the
I have no
dragon
words.
is formed, he's not even paying any attention to you. He's taking bits of space and bringing them in front of his face. As you see a wealth of planetoids that start gathering around him, he starts taking them and putting them into the palm of his hand as he is rearranging them. What do you do?
Is he ignoring us?
I think he's just
Has
busy.
sent us. We are to take on your trial, O mighty one.
I'm not sure you're loud enough to be heard. Hello!
You see two fingers move forward as you all
Yeah.
are warped onto one of the tiny planetoids. And
Oh.
as you are on one of the planetoids, you see that this thing is absolutely large. The planetoid that you are on, almost like a marble in his hand, he looks down at you.
Apparently I adapt quickly because that was a nat 20 constitution. Sticking with it. Why not?
Hello there.
Greetings, Futhar. On the sea.
Hutan? Hutar? Which was it? It's an R and an N.
Remember,
Why are you here?
your brother threw us in your direction to
Here you are part of
hear.
the trial. We're here to go and learn of it before we partake of it.
He is always so brash.
I feel very
Kisan.
self-conscious suddenly.
As you all see the two realms almost side by side merge together.
Sticking with
What
the bit.
do you want, you purple thing here? Listen, you yellow-bellied freak of nature, throwing humanoids into my domain. What have I told you about that?
Thank you so much for being inclusive with that. Rokai mumbles under his breath.
They are
Ah,
but mere starlights in the galactic cosmos. Why did you bring them into my domain?
As you all are floating on your own marbles now, rotating around.
Oh, this is fun.
You understand that Shardior wants us to give them a trial. If you could get your head out of the clouds for 5 minutes and speak with them.
Really
Oh.
appreciate.
whatever she said.
He puts you all back on the same planetoid.
My trial will comprise thusly. I will be sending you into a situation that has the two dichotomies of good and evil. Within this situation, you will need to see what is good and what is evil.
Oh,
This will be interesting.
Okay, then we have to diffuse a chaotic situation created by your chaotic brother. And
We must
For
have
me, you will need to answer a question that I have asked. What is good and what is evil?
many, many people have asked that question.
okay. They're
Very.
gauging our worth. They're gauging our
Yes.
worth. That's what this is. We can't be intimidated.
No, we can't.
Are we choosing which trial to go first? Or are you just sending us?
You have a choice of which you would like to do, and if you would even like to do them now at all. The trials are here for life.
Well,
You will gain an audience with Sardio and his boon. My brother has told me that you are unfortunately being tormented by a member of our family.
not just us. Rather a lot of people, actually.
Yes, he's antagonizing quite a lot of people.
Not very socially adept, I must say.
Technically,
I
tried to
don't
kill
think
Bahamut
that
as well.
any of those words put it into view.
As he brings over planet of Theris. As he zooms in on it and he shows you Sharlock. You see him towering over all of Ravnica now, as they have had to construct a new citadel around him for his massive form.
That is...
Sharlock will soon come to his full power.
He's not even...
Oh, that shouldn't surprise me at all.
He has been testing his powers around
your planet.
Iron Falls for one.
That is but a mere taste,
Understood.
and exactly why that we are worried about him.
Can I ask a question?
To whom are you asking?
Whoever would answer.
Not how this works.
I just want to know if Bahamut lives. Or if he was truly destroyed by Sherlock. That's it.
Bahamut. For now. Is dead.
For now. This goes back to belief.
There is still but a thread that tangles him to these planes. But Sherlock, unless he is stopped, will snuff it out.
Well, then we have to stop him, and I think doing these trials is a good idea. I say we start with the one we were given most recently. That seems the calmer of the two.
Yes, I am. All right. Rolling for composure. Nat 1 for composure. Rokai says, I'm ready.
Moxie reaches up and does the scritch of soothing. Scritch, 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 scritch.
Okay. 75. I'll let it be.
Settle down. Settle. It's okay.
It has been a hard day.
Yes, it has. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth, and just relax your shoulders. You'll be fine.
Right, I have shoulders.
You also have a bird nesting on your head. Remember how adorable that is, and focus on that feeling. You'll be fine.
Rokai has never been so overwhelmed in the
Moxie
literal presence of God.
And Moxie now had to settle you in the presence of God. That's
Demigod.
not the way it usually goes.
Yeah, normally it's the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. So, the question we must answer is what is good and what is evil?
Is that the task that you're going to take first?
I believe that was the consensus we are going for.
Let me make sure I understand. We will observe, we will judge, and then we will answer?
Something like that.
Something like that.
I'm going to stop acting like I'm capable of understanding and just go with it. You know what? That's what's happening. Okay.
You will know once you're there.
We will commence.
Fine.
It will all make sense in due course. Before you go, Avaricia. Where is Nox? He's still here. Metaphorically, physically,
Metaphysically, I think?
psychologically.
I think metaphysically.
She snaps her fingers as Nox comes onto her staff.
Ooh, I see.
Are you done
Well.
antagonizing my sister yet? Yes, I said it.
And for the record, her chosen name is Alicia. I understand I
What?
do not compare to you.
Bravery. you have.
You call this bravery? I show respect to those who give it.
You can sit. It's fine.
You hear Alicia say, "Calm down,
I'm calm.
all of you."
Head chat. My mouth is running. I'm not thinking these things, but come out of my mouth. I need to stop. Help me.
Tie up your snout with that scarf I gave you. Muzzle yourself.
You need to muzzle yourself too, Moxie.
Rokai moves
I'm
James
not going to
gently
let
onto
someone
his snoot.
antagonize you like that. That's rude. And I just stare down the yellow
I
dragon.
have dealt with them many times. I
Rokai
know
gently
how to hold my own.
moves James down onto his snoot. I'll just stare at the pretty bird.
We will do your tasks. Just leave them alone. Your ire is with me, remember?
Very well. Brother, please, send them on their first task. And if you all do not finish your task, there will be consequences.
In consequence.
One way or another, it will be done.
Yep, it'll be fine. We'll be fine.
I
we can
do
survive
hope you
Krampus.
enjoy the ride.
If we can survive Krampus, we can survive this. It's fine.
The brother, the amethyst dragon, looks down at you all. So small. Goodbye. As he blows you all into wild space.
Boy,
Oh,
You all
sweet
are
mercy.
on your ship now. As you see Captain Sloust looking very confused.
What is going on here? I dare say.
A divine trial. Settle your nerves, Captain.
Rather thought we'd be doing it independently and to you after.
But this is fine. We'll
This
make
is a
it
surprise.
Work.
I don't understand what's going on.
Just
As you all time and space is pulled as you enter a space that seems very familiar.
Lack of a sense of momentum is very off-putting.
To Rokai.
Wait.
As you
What?
look around, you see the tops of castles. A village below.
No.
This is Brailton.
Brailton.
I see. So this is your home.
How? It.
Divine trial. Remember, keep yourself grounded. Don't get caught up in what you see.
Forces of good and evil are facing off, and we must see what is good and what is evil. We must know. And I dare say it's not going to be what we think.
Guys, Alicia says, I don't think that this is a trick.
This is the real place.
Oh, I never doubted that for a second.
That's fine. Just... Okay then, I wonder what the task actually is.
Hang on, let me get my bearings. Where are we exactly? Okay, runs over to the edge to look.
You are starting to fly over some of the common areas, and now you're coming up to the school as you see a large sigil that is embedded into the town now near Castle.
I used to spend weekends under under that arch with oh. Captain Slaus, take us down in that clearing, outside of town. No one
Very
knows
well.
us here.
So we
Tally-o,
go
then.
stand. Moxie goes and stands in front of Rokai. Hey, lean down. Come here. Need you
Yes.
to look me in the eyes.
What? Yes.
I'm going to counterbalance you here. I'm going to be your counterweight for this. You need someone who can ground you in the moment so that you don't panic. Okay? I'm going to be right here to help you. You're not doing this alone. Remember that.
I am a wolf from the woods,
You
but
are
I am
also one
also
of
the man. I am also the man from this town.
And yet together you are one of the finest warriors I've ever had the pleasure of fighting with.
And no one I know will know me for.
But that means that you will have an outside perspective on how they treat others. Because they will not know you and will not be biased.
Yes. Hold 1 second. I need. He fumbles
Okay.
at his waist, pulls out his mirror, holds it before his eyes for a minute, and then just looks to see what he sees in the reflection.
Ting you, baby.
Cute little in the middle of an
Beast.
emotional moment. I love it. I love it. I love it.
As you look in the mirror, you see her.
Raina. Okay. I'm ready this time.
As you all start to come down, you notice that the large sigil that sits in the middle of town is now a sigil of a dragon's head.
Well, that's...
Concerning.
Yes. Let us not judge until we know.
Alright then. Let's go forth and see what we find.
I look
Rokai,
around.
you know this place better than any of us. What should we do?
We should find someone who can get us information, and I actually think I know just where to start.
Lead the way.
Well, funny thing is, he normally patrols this area. Rokai keeps an eye out for a guardsman he used to play with when he was younger. That's right, I'm inventing NPCs on the spot.
You see a guard that is whittling what looks like a wooden dagger
There
that
he
looks
is.
very familiar to you.
There he is. Excuse me. Sir.
Yes.
Hello. We are new in town. We've traveled far, seeking the wonders of Brailton. And Dame Darlucia, at Dame Darlucia's invitation, it's taken us quite a long time to get.
I did not know that she was expecting any visitors.
Well, we got the invitation quite a long time ago. James was still very young.
James?
Yes.
And how do you know Prince James?
I met him at a carnival, would you believe it?
Remember that carnival.
These are my companions. Leon,
Leon
He's-
holds out his hands.
quite an
Oh,
accomplished
handshake.
mage.
Oh.
Mick, one of the finest healers out of Iron Falls. Sorry, not great with names.
Well met.
Nice to meet you.
This is Moxie, one of the most accomplished bards you'll ever seen, with a musical style I'm sure you have never witnessed before.
Very impressive.
And he's very careful to put the accent on the second syllable here, Amro Kai. And I hope you recognize me. We have heard a great deal of what's been happening around here, and hope to provide what services we can.
Apologies for the crackling.
Is that you?
Yes. It has been a long story.
James.
I can't let anyone know. Not yet. But we are here for a reason, and I need your help.
What in the nine hells happened?
Long story short, I got killed by someone who was trying to become a lich and fused with my companion. But I know that doesn't really properly explain it, so, magic.
Okay.
Survived and fused.
There's so many things that I would like to say right now, but what do you need?
We need a place to set up, and we need information of what's been going on. I know there's turmoil in this town. I know Giles is behind it. And I don't know the exact nature of it. And that is what we're here to learn. What is going on? What is its purpose? And do my people suffer?
Yes. Yes, they do. He's working under the guise of your mother, it would seem.
We know. We've encountered him a few times already.
Do pardon me, I didn't introduce myself. Bartholomew. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
You said your name was Rokai now.
Yes.
Very well.
If we want some pomp and circumstance, you may call me Rokai Thunderfist.
Very well. So where would you like to go right now?
Well, what would be the most useful? Oxy, Leon, Mignick? Any
I
input?
know nothing of this town. I may have been here once in my 32 years of being alive.
Yes, but use your heads. I'm not asking about the town. With what you know, where would we find the best information?
If we could shadow Stonebar, that would be a good start.
Oh,
Or
yes.
perhaps find your Reyna and see if perhaps she has some inside information for you.
Reyna.
And if we're wanting general information, the marketplace or an inn of some sort would be a good idea.
Fair.
Mhm.
Tell me, Barty, is the old boulder still rolling around?
Yes.
Of course he is. He wouldn't.
The spiteful ones live the longest. There's kind
Indeed.
of truth to that.
I'm sorry I left, old friend.
I understand why you did.
I've regretted it every day since, but I've finally made it back, and now we're going to make things right, if we can.
It seems to me that you're happier than you were while you were here.
I've found a family, but it's not the same without... Well, now's not Now's not the time to be wistful. Bartholomew, we will put ourselves up in the inn. And I need you to do what you can to get us an audience. Okay? Can we do that?
With whom would you like an audience with? Stonebar?
Or the dame, either one.
Dame Dalucia?
I suppose it would be
I'm
fitting
just
to...
throwing out ideas.
Would it be wise to approach Giles directly or to
I think he'll
presume...
recognize us if
I think we might best be dealing with the old fogey at this point first.
As visitors, it would behoove us to introduce ourselves to the monarchy before looking for any...
That's fair.
Very well. If you can get us an audience with Dame Darluce, discuss our plan of action.
Very well.
Is the old inn still in the same place?
Yes, it is.
Fantastic.
I do advise all of you be careful while you are here.
Hood goes up. Tail is hidden.
Some of
that's
the
as good as I can
people
do.
around here are not as they seem.
I've heard dark rumblings.
I think we might be familiar with what you speak of.
You cannot see some of what is going.
You would be amazed what we have already seen.
We've seen quite a lot.
Oh, while we are here, it would be a good idea to keep out of the woods.
Why?
Starla.
Okay. I'm assuming that you would... Any of you have a way to maybe hide your ship a little bit better?
I hadn't thought of that.
We don't tend to have to hide
I can make it a fog surround it, but that's about it from here.
That's pretty obvious, unfortunately.
I mean, if it's deep in the woods and a fog surrounding it, it should...
I'm trying to remember the geography of the town. Is there a ravine we could park it in? Would be 11 roll. 11 on dice plus, what would it be? Wisdom of the area or intelligence? History. 12 total.
There's an expansive woodland area around. You start thinking to yourself, maybe that Sloust could just move the ship.
Yes. Find a clearing in the woods. Away from prying eyes. Fantastic idea. Thank you, Bartholomew.
I will try and get you that audience.
All right.
And,
Stay safe. Stay vigilant.
Bati, wait. Rokai pulls out the carving of a wolf's head that he made so long ago in the Feywild and presses it into his hand. To prove it's real.
I know.
Thank you. Let's go.
As he jogs off, you all start heading over to the Moonlit Inn.
Moonlit.
Going into the inn, you see that there are soldiers that are seated at some of the tables. And the innkeep is washing off the counter and drinking a very stout ale.
Well, I don't normally see you drinking this time of day. I mean, sorry, I thought you were someone else. I got confused.
Have we met before, traveler?
You had a familiar face. I thought I was in a different town yesterday, and boy, am I exhausted. Can we get a room for 1, 2, 3, 4? Actually, how many rooms do we want? Sorry. 1 second. One for each of us, or?
I think 2 should be plenty.
Yes?
2.
Okay.
You do snore rather loudly, though, I must
I-
admit. You snore egregiously.
I'm sorry. Okay, you know what? So, 1 second. Pulls James off his head. James, can you please go tell Captain Sloust what we discussed? Thank you.
Okay. As
Okay.
James goes off,
Turn back to the bartender, smile broadly, and say, 2 rooms.
due to the increase in price, I will need to ask 10 gold of you.
Very well. Is it
Reaches
up
into
front or
her-
after the fact?
Upfront cost.
Yes, sir. Calimax carries the wallet. Moxie,
That's for
if you
a
could.
single night, correct?
Yes, yes. If you didn't have me, you all would be in a lot of shit.
I can add some food and beverage for an additional 10 gold. Prefer?
No,
I
thank
think we'll be fine.
Out of curiosity, was I aware of the cost of lodging when I was younger? And if so, how much higher is it now? That is an 18 on
Yes.
die.
This is about a 32% inflation tax that has been placed upon the town right now.
To be
So-
perfectly honest, when you said the prices were up, I thought it would be worse. I mean, it's not great, but I thought it would be worse.
I mean, I once knew someone who rented a home in another town for 10 gold, but that was, I think, 10 gold per week.
Hmm.
Ugh,
Well, I mean,
deep.
this is rather a large town, I dare say a kingdom. Sorry, barkeep, what was your name again?
I am Gary.
Gary. Gary, yes, I should be able to remember Gary. You may call me Rokai. This is Moxie. If you're in need of entertainment, perhaps you and she can strike up a deal.
Very
You
good.
need to rephrase that.
A performance.
I'm a bard, not a courtesan. The nerve.
Well, would you like to do the talking?
I may come down here and start a bit of chaos and play some music, yes.
Oh, very good. We don't have a musician this time of the week. Dame Darlucia's musicians and bards typically play here. But I suppose I can fluff the rules a little bit this one time.
Oh, I wouldn't dare ask you to do anything that would put you at risk.
No. It's fine.
It's one of the finest players you'll ever see.
You see some of the knights looking over to you all as they sip their drinks. One of them grasps the hilt of his sword.
Anyway, if we could have our room keys, please. We'd like to retire for the evening.
Very good. Here you are.
Thank you. Everyone?
Full of you. You know where we are.
Thank you, Gary.
Hey! One of the knights says, "Where are you all coming in from?"
Oh, and a very tiring trip.
That's not what I asked.
I don't remember the name of the last town we were in. It's been that long.
Where are you from?
I am from the Chillcliff region of the Icewind Dale. We have been on the road for a very, very long time.
We don't get a lot of folks coming around from that place.
Well,
How long you staying?
probably a day or two. Get our
Just passing
bearings,
through.
see the sights, and then
Well, have a seat.
Mhm.
Have a seat. Let us buy you a drink.
I wouldn't want to impose, but thank you for the offer.
I am a monk, sir. I do not drink.
All right. Carry on then.
Thank you for your hospitality. Have a wonderful evening.
All right, boys. Come on, let's go.
You too.
Head chat, this feels all too familiar.
This is very familiar.
Over table, this is some session zero
This is session, yeah, yep. So in this case, we're not trying to get out of this place. We're trying to just barricade ourselves in.
Figure out what we're doing here.
And the guards don't like us.
Well,
No surprise.
he's drunk.
Most of them probably are, but that's beside the point.
Yeah.
Yes. So, up to our room.
Mhm.
Well, I think I've bluffed my way through this as well as I possibly can up to this point. What do we do now?
So what can you tell us of these two people that you know from your past?
Mother was distant. I didn't know her terribly well, so I can't honestly say too much about her. I mostly saw her behind the nanny.
I wasn't asking about her. I was talking about the boulder and the betrayer.
Ah, yes, them. Stonebar was about as xenophobic as they come.
Of course.
He tried to teach me from a very early age that anyone not of our land was less than us. Anyone not of our people were not people. And fool that I was, I believed him for years. Until I
You're
made a
young.
friend. I made a friend in the alleys. That archway I pointed out on the way into town, that's where I used to play with poor Zachary. Stonebar. I knew him barely 2 days. He had a great family. They probably miss him. A week later, I found him in the dungeon. Most of him. He was still alive, and Stonebar was laughing. Just because a half-elf dared play with their prince. He was one of our people. No, don't underestimate anything about Stonebar. He has a malice in him. Dark as Aeon, I dare say. Vecna, that is.
Would you say as dark as my former priest?
Easily.
Then this should not faze me, if nothing else.
But we have to be careful in this situation. We're here to gauge good and evil.
We are here to weigh the difference between the two in this kingdom. Yes, it seems.
But the question is, can monstrous acts be good? Because there is no doubt he is a monster.
What all have we done? What all have we destroyed to get here for the greater good? If you think about it that way, we are monsters to some people in this world. There are many who would stand against us simply because they don't like us and what we have done.
Yes. As a matter of fact, that segues us nicely over to Giles. He was one of my longest friends. Practically grew up together. He was common, could you believe it? He was accepted, though, not like poor Zachary. Giles was welcome because he was of pure blood. Yes, I know. But they didn't question it. I should have known better than to trust him. They got on so well with Stonebar, but there's signs that you see afterwards, you know? And he was so affable and friendly, and he stayed close to me all the time. But when he showed up on our wedding day, I discovered what had been going on. My family had been being poisoned, one by one, methodically, by their attending physician. And you'll never guess who that was.
Stonebar or Giles? One of the
No,
two.
it was Stonebar. Or at least on paper, it was Stonebar. And I had the evidence, I had proof. And I was going to try to make things right at my wedding. Before I could, well, you saw the memory.
Mm-hmm.
Giles informed him. And I couldn't stay, not after then, but poor Raina. Not a day goes by, I don't wonder what's become of her.
I have a bit of a different perspective for you to think about.
Please, let me hear it.
It is entirely plausible that all involved are not innocent. Your Raina may be as pure as the first snow of the season, or she could be a ledger dripping with red ink. We don't know that yet. You say
Yes.
poor Raina now. When it's plausible, not likely, but plausible, that she's been in on this too.
Yes, I've considered all of these things. Nostalgia paints a tint over it all, doesn't it?
I believe they call
Thank
them
you.
rose-colored glasses for a reason.
Thank you for reminding me. I will keep that in mind as we go through these next few days. So, what is our course of action?
To sit up tonight and make sure that we don't get kidnapped in our sleep.
I dare say the cosmic gift is already passing through this town.
Oh, definitely.
And I say that in absolute hushed tones, by the way.
You mean over headshot, right?
Well, I
Yeah.
wish I had thought to say it in headchat, but I was speaking out loud, so I didn't. So I said it in hushed tones, like natural. Just for the sake of it, 21 stealth check for that whisper.
Well,
So
Okay.
there's no knowing exact. Well, actually, no, we do have a way of knowing, don't we? If he's well enough.
That also goes and unveils them.
that does, I was going to say that does bring us a great deal more attention because Riot does not always understand to not be seen.
Not to mention, it did seem that he's kind of supporting.
Mibari's not healed yet. He's the one basically holding up the body at the moment, so we can't really be dragging him anywhere.
Well, I wasn't wanting to. I was just rather hoping that devouring his last meal gave him the strength that he needed.
No, remember he said he still needed to rest. So
Yes.
so we who are here, this is what we've got.
Very well. So, here's what I'm thinking. We pose as we are ambassadors from the Icewind Dale,
Okay.
seeking sanctuary after the recent attack.
Mm-hmm.
mechanical dragon destroyed several of the towns, and we had heard great things of this area, so we came here. How does that sound?
Sounds good, but I don't know how well they'll believe it about most of us.
Well,
My sister and I don't look like we come from a place like that.
about that. What do you guys know about acting?
She side-eyes her sister. I think we might have this handled.
Oh, no. I'm not meaning performing an act. I mean theater. They have a supply of makeup, you see. You can use that to adjust your features. No need for fancy gadgets from Archibald Ship or anything like that. You can just put on a good old-fashioned disguise.
Sounds far less exciting.
Well, not everything can be, flying an airship against a mechanical dragon. That's assuming they're still operating in this town. Mother did not like it when we joined them.
Where can we find this makeup?
Assuming the theater's still operating, I believe it's across the street from the blacksmith.
Then, my friends, I believe that we should go and buy some tickets.
I haven't... Oh, goodness. Memories.
It is about that time for a show, isn't it? Sun's going down.
Let's go!
Yep.
As Alicia gets up and puts her staff on the ground. I
Shall
do
we?
love a good show.
Now, I could be wrong. My
You could be.
my understanding of the
But-
layout of this town is from years ago. Secondhand information.
We do not know until we try.
Fair enough. Well, drink what you want, stash what you wish, and then let us be off.
As you all head through the town, you see that since it's starting to get dark, you see a lot of the townsfolk that are roaming around. Some seem different than others, and what I mean by that is their demeanor. Some of them seem like normal people with worries and emotions that are flowing through them. Children that are walking around, some of them are excited when they see some, horse-drawn carriages that are coming by down the cobblestone roads, whereas you see some children that are completely unfazed by it, and they are seemingly walking in the same manner as their parents are.
26 charisma check. I'm going to walk up to one of the groups that seem to be behaving oddly. Say, excuse me, I heard there was a theater in town somewhere. Afraid I'm a bit lost. Can you give me directions?
Yes, we can. Would you like to go to the theater?
Well, yes, please. Very much.
Follow us. As they start in unison taking you towards the theater.
Okay, is this the direction that we were already heading?
Yes.
Okay, trust it until it's weird. I say that in the head chat, trust it until it's weird.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's already weird, so I already don't trust it, but I get your
Oh.
point.
Weirder, yeah.
How are you all feeling tonight?
Well, how about you?
We are blessed.
I'm a bit nervous. I haven't seen a live show in long. I was just a pup
It-
back then.
It truly is a gift.
It truly is.
The show? In the theater?
Okay.
Is that the name of the show?
Okay, stop acting stupid.
Does it get weird?
Here you are.
Thank you.
You have a good night.
I
You
just heard it was a
too.
good show. No one told me what the name was.
Yes,
Oh,
but
well,
you're
I
also
always love
acting
surprises.
daft.
Acting? You always say I'm daft.
Leon waits for a minute outside, watching which direction they head off in, and seeing if any of the other odd acting groups head that same way.
Yes, a few of them do turn down the same alleyway.
Oh, the last time I've been to the last time I was in a theater, I was on the stage getting critiqued.
A couple of soldiers are standing by at the doorway. You wish to see the show?
Indeed.
What are
That'll be
the
5 gold each.
What are they performing tonight?
They're performing a masterful piece of work
What's it called?
called The Gift.
Lovely.
It was the name, Moxie. Yes, 4, please.
A bit steep per person.
Well, it's a professional theater. It's not a small town thing.
Yes, I've been on a professional stage, and I've never seen tickets be this expensive.
Well, was
It
that
is
their-
by new decree of her lordship, Dame Darlucia.
Interesting.
I would think the theater's ticket prices be below her. Far be it from me to question it. Well,
I'll be right
can we
back.
afford this, or does it break the bank? Bearer of the wallet.
Fine.
Head chat. Make a wise decision. We could always follow the strange people. We don't have to go here.
I really honestly think that's far, far too expensive, Rokai.
All right.
Besides, I haven't heard terribly good things about this particular play.
The gift? I don't know. It sounds exciting. But
Mm,
you hold the wallet. I'm sorry.
I hear the ending is very anticlimactic. Doesn't interest me.
I apologize for wasting your time, gentlemen. Tell me, is there any other attractions in this town that are a bit more affordable?
You haven't the money.
We're refugees, you see. We actually came here hoping to start a new life after the Icewind Dale got attacked recently.
Oh. Okay. Go in.
Oh? Head chat, do we do it? Do we
I won't
accept
look a gift
this?
horse in the. I won't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Are you sure? Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. That'll be 5 gold each. Move
See ya.
along. Go
Yep.
get your seats.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening, sir.
Come on, let's go, Fuzzball. Sorry, I
Leon
can't take
takes
you
one
anywhere.
last look back towards the guards and then follows back in.
Well then.
I nudge her and think in the head chat, and you thought I couldn't.
As you
Yes, but
all
we also could
have
just
a seat,
contradicted our own story we told to the other guards.
We do need to
As
stick
you
to one
all
particular story.
No, we told them we came from the
sit
Icewind Dale.
down.
Yes, but we told them we were only staying a few days at the inn.
At the inn.
Yes, but word's going to get around about new arrivals.
Right. But we are only planning to stay a few days at the inn. At the inn. They didn't ask how long we were going to be in town. We're just hoping to find a home in the area. I mean, I think it's plausible enough. We
I
can iron out the
don't-
details later. I've already made the mistake if a mistake.
Well, I'm just saying, as the heads up,
The inconsistency is going to bite you in the ass.
Probably. Too late. Let's go.
Which is why we don't
Where
let the
is
monk
our
be the
halfling?
bard.
Where is the halfling?
He was here. Thane, where are you?
Buddy! Buddy!
Thane?
Buddy!
Him real quick.
Nick,
This
Nick.
is a little strange. I'll go find him. Give me a minute. Don't touch that dial, folks. We'll be right back after these messages.
Swear to God if he's asleep.
if we're all going to go to sleep, that's going to get
What, Leon?
Oh, I said, if we're all going to sleep in the inn all of a sudden, I didn't know that. I thought we were going to watch a show.
I mean, it's been an emotional few minutes. I didn't think it was that boring, though. Maybe it's just because it's my thing.
I never said it was boring.
He just had to step away for a moment. I'll be right back.
Everything okay? Right. She did not have ears. Everything is okay?
Everything's fine. He's in the bathroom. He'll be right out.
Did I bore him into a snooze?
No.
Absolute coma?
No, he had to go to the bathroom. He'll be right back. He thought he had said it loud enough for everybody to hear, but apparently that was not the case. And while we were all busy dealing with
The guard and everything.
getting into the theater, he nipped off to go to the restroom.
Now, I will say this. I stuck to the story we decided on in our room.
Yeah, but
The proscenium arch begins to unveil the curtains as the show begins. And as the show begins, you all see a town as it is wheeled out.
Production quality.
As the town comes out, you see a sign that drops in that says Basinham.
Production values have gone up. You used to have to do everything by hand. That's what the ticket price gets you.
Oh! We here in the lowly town of Basinham look so forward to someone who will guide us. Who will guide us. As you all see, you see someone that looks like the Mikage. I want to tell everyone that there is a great one who will be coming to you. As you all see, dun 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 dun. You see 4 people that look eerily similar to your characters that walk on stage.
You missed the beginning of the play.
I'm a bard, and my name is Foxy. I am really bad, and I'm here to stop your savior from coming. As you all hear the crowd go, no. I am Neon, evil arch wizard.
Oh, Lord.
Weren't you in a cave at this point?
Brainwashing is strong with this one.
I am Drokai.
Dear Lord, have mercy.
No, you were Kai at that point.
I was Kai.
I am dry.
Mercy have. Ugh.
I am an I am a
You really think I'm not dry?
I am dry.
I am dry.
Well, you should have a drink.
Your acting is.
Okay, rolling composure.
I am an evil monk that was raised by owlbears. I tear people apart with my bare hands.
Has he actually got gauntlets that are bare hands?
Yes.
Because that would be hilarious.
Well, guys, I can kind of see the
And
perspective.
I am Picnic, I do not heal people. I spread disease. We are here to stop your savior from coming.
Oh, to be clear, all of this conversation is in chat. Every
You
last
all
word.
you all see the Mikage-esque guy be wheeled back in. And now we give you your savior. As you all see the skull come up, as it turns into a crude facsimile of the herald.
Great.
May
Okay.
you have the gift be unto you from his lordship. Sharlock, Cinderflame. Izadamine.
I see. So this is about how the gift came to the world.
As you all see a man come on stage. I never knew
God.
that I would be
It's a musical.
brought unto this lonely world. Suffering I see in your eyes. I will save you.
Terrible.
I don't know. His
No, you won't,
His
because
tonality's pretty good.
we are dun, 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 the Crimson Blade.
They didn't change that name.
You see a small fight scene happening as Sharlock the crimson blades slice through a light like a dagger in my heart. I see that we must have more in this world. Can you hear me call to you? Can you hear me? A gift. A gift, you say? I can give you a gift, but do you know what to do with it? Who is that voice?
I think I know.
I can give you a gift, but do you know how to use it? Do you take the gift? Sharlock takes the gift. Come to me, people. Come to me. A gift I give to you to make you stronger, to make you wiser, so that we may ascend. Follow me. As you see all the people go and grasp hands, as you see this magical dust that comes down, as music swells. Da, da, da. We, the Crimson Blades, will stop you. Alas,
I am hit. But I will not be stopped. I can't. My people need me. As you see this energy start swelling around, but it's just people with
Streamers.
waving banners and streamers like this. The gift makes me strong, so that we may defeat our enemies. Lord Sharlock brought all of us the gift, so that we can be stronger together. As you see from this historical depiction, everything that we are, we owe to him. If you have not received the gift, go to your local church, and you will be blessed. Enjoy the remaining 3-hour presentation.
Oh wow.
Head chat, we are not staying here another goddamn
I am
minutes.
Sharlock. I am the greatest.
Oh, come on, it's good.
am.
I mean,
I don't
What do
know.
you all
yes,
do?
it may not be the most
not.
accurate, but look at the presentation. Look at the production value. They actually have trolleys for the sets now. They used to just caught them in by hand.
Get
My name is
teacher.
Dralia. I am an evil druid.
Oh, come on,
I'm
Dralia. That's good.
Dralia.
That's good.
Okay.
And I am Darnabas.
Dear
Evil,
Oh, come on. Let's
Okay,
let's
you cannot pay me to stay here.
evil
Let's at
panther,
least wait and see what
evil
they did.
panther, Evil panther.
let's at least wait and see what they did with
Morgul.
yes.
I don't want to know.
I
No,
do.
no, 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 no.
Hello? My name is Forgal. I am a Goliath with such strong arms. I have duty. I'm a pirate, and I love to sing. Ooh.
Okay, now here's my first criticism. As much as they were leaning against the actual narrative, they could have gone a little bit more against my character here. They could have made him less impressive, but he's still a Goliath. I mean, that's intimidation right there, no matter who you are.
Teacher was formerly called Grand Maestro Argive. You think I'm going to be impressed with this? No.
I'm not asking you to be impressed.
I'm not going to sit through this either because it's also not accurate and it's not even remotely compelling.
I don't know. I'm enjoying it.
My name is Sergeant Bob, and I am the guy who came down from the heavens.
Fighting the
have
temptation to
answers.
call Archie right now.
I have answers in my head.
How do
I
they?
Radio.
lead the
Quickly.
Crimson Blades to victory.
Wait, how do they know about Archibald? That's interesting.
Good question. Oh,
Okay. Well, Rokai is content with observing the whole thing because this is kind of his bag from when he was younger. So if you guys want to get out of here, you got to pull me out of here.
I'm not going for 3 hours.
God.
I thought you were doing like a clip by clip.
It
thing,
is.
like
It
in the
is. It is
Avatar
a
thing.
clip thing. So this is like an hour and 30 into you all being here.
By the way, when I do the supercut of this, when I do the dramatization, I'm probably not gonna do it justice. Hopefully, we have something more professional by then, because I will fail.
No. When we are finally going to come back here and rebuild, I am going to insist that we have things done for this place because this is a travesty.
Okay. Well, if you're so upset, and Nick's obviously fallen asleep, but maybe you and Alicia can go and get some of that makeup.
This
Alright.
is Niv Mizzet. I am a wizard. I am a wizard. Am I a lizard? I don't know what I am.
Yep, we're
Sis.
going.
My name is Niv Mizzet. I am the leader of rebel forces.
Who wants to go to the bar?
Moxie
Goodbye.
casts Pass Without Trace, and then kind of just nudges Alicia. Come on, let's go find the makeup backstage before everybody gets off the stage. And that was a natural 20 for her stealth.
As you are sneaking around, where are you going exactly in the theater?
Backstage, so we're going to try and hide behind curtains and things and stay out of the way.
I mean, worst case scenario, you could always go up through the stage and just avoid people.
Most theaters have a similar layout, so.
Yeah, there's always a way to like get down to the audience from the stage.
By the way, for anyone
Is
watching
anyone else doing anything?
For anyone watching who has never been to a theater, this is not
This is
high
not
budget
good theater.
stuff. This
Nope.
is just good compared to what he saw when he was young. This is bad.
Oh, this is horrible, but at the same time, I
It's
can't help
funny.
but laugh at
For Rokai, it's magic. This is a dream that he hasn't seen in decades.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a very different thing from Moxie.
Yep.
She's-
We are the Crimson Blades. We come to you to beg for forgiveness, to ask for our friend back. Can you do that for us?
Boo! Seriously, over table.
I don't know if I can.
Rokai's being
He's a
bombastic here
criminal.
so that they ignore us.
He's a criminal. But I am a benevolent master.
I like how
I
that
will
feels.
give
Feels
him
like
to
it's a-
you. No!
Yes, that's right. My name is Bahamut. I will destroy you like a comet. I come into your homes and I eat your children. I am Bahamut. I am your brother. I will destroy you.
Wait, they're advertising that now? I mean, no!
Dun, 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 dun. Dun.
So hopefully, we're serving as a distraction while you guys are.
I mean, you probably didn't even notice Moxie leave.
Oh, Leon was trying to get them to leave after all the Niv Mizzet thing, but
Mm-hmm.
he got zapped promptly back down by Rokai.
Rokai's like, come on.
As Moxie is hiding behind some of the curtains, you hear, oh gosh, wow. Oh man, I think that one, I think that one was truly one of my best performances.
I
I
swear.
really do.
Dry some lines or something. Rokai. Over table.
You see the actress that is playing fake Moxie come in. Oh, I can't get into this character. I really can't. I don't see her vision, and I don't know if there is that connection. She just seems like she has such a evil heart to her. I don't know
bless.
if I am portraying that correctly. I don't know. My next scene, I have to bring this in, though. You see, it's a little floppy bat. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. She puts it on like a hand puppet. Hello there. Hello there. Hi. All right, I guess that's my cue.
I am stolen! You hear?
Whoa.
Starla's got pipes.
Moxie, what do you do?
Taking her sister's advice, and she's not actively doing anything. Are there, however, sandbag counterweights on these curtains like there are in most theaters?
Yes, there are.
Moxie will very quietly draw one of her blades and gauge which one is going to fall on her and
Maybe.
slice.
I would have done the knot, but sure, slice it in half.
I mean, you could just untie it, but okay.
Well, Moxie's not good with untying things, so.
Nope, she'd rather destroy it.
It's not even. It's a very surreptitious thing. Like,
No,
she's got pass without trace going and everything. So
Yeah, do your thing, do your thing. I'm just having fun. I'm enjoying
and
the
she's
show.
just like, and 3, 2.
Who are you
1.
wanting it to fall on?
Her Moxie clone.
You're not going to.
And I never knew my dad. And I never knew my mom. But I have a bat right here. And it is mine.
Well,
And she's immediately away, back into like the dressing room area.
As you all see.
Okay.
I get the impression this happens on the regular.
It seems like it, yes.
I wonder why.
You hear backstage, oh my god, this is my time. This is my time. I've been an understudy for too long. Oh god, yes. This is it.
Bring
I mean,
on
Oh, God.
Croxy.
Moxie
Oh,
looks
God.
over and she's just like, okay.
You know what?
Like-
This is it.
Rokai is gonna, since the show's interrupted, bring back Foxy! Bring back Foxy!
My name is Foxy.
Yeah!
And this is Starla.
Oh my, the pipes. And I'm very glad I did that. This is better.
Okay. Sincerely, this is going on a bit long. Let's
This
focus
is
more on
getting
what
a bit
she's.
much.
Let's focus more on what she's doing, maybe.
Fine.
Sincerely, over table, Rokai trying to be a distraction that they don't pay attention to, so you can do your thing, Mox.
Mm-hmm.
Moxie,
She
what
did
do you
have-
wish to do?
Find the cosmetics, even though she's not necessarily very familiar with how they look now.
Oh dear, are you you are not in costume. Come here.
Okay.
You've been found.
Well, for the record, the actresses on stage, I imagine they're painted blue. Like you.
Gray.
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 What
whatever.
do you need, dear? What do you need? What are you needing?
Paint.
So you need some makeup?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Here you go, dear. Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
put that on. Get on stage when you can, okay?
Okay. Thank you. Guys, I'm about, and you're here in the mental. I'm about to fuck this shit up.
Oh no, is your leg still up on there?
Maybe.
Oh boy. Now I have to stay.
I am glad you're having a lot of fun with that, Justin. I was really enjoying it, but I just realized it's been like 15 minutes of this. It's really good.
Oh yes.
So, Moxie, are you going on stage? You leaving with the makeup kit? What are you doing?
What's the plan?
Sneak off with the kit and go rejoin her sister. Did you find anything interesting?
Oh, yes. As she holds open a bag that's filled with clothes. And you also see some jewels that are in there. I stole it from the lady that was in the back row.
Very nice, very nice. I got the makeup.
Good. Then let's get the actual fuck out of here because this is terrible.
Lee, did you notice the sandbag?
I did. Good job.
that understudy's got some talent.
Yeah, I think it was her time to shine. I really do.
She gets better too, because while she was better than the original, she still needs work.
So are you all leaving the show? Now
Yes,
that you
let's
have
move.
everything?
I think our
Yes.
work here is done.
Oh,
As you all...
fine. Wait, before we go, what's our excuse when we leave? Do we have a reservation somewhere? What's going on?
Does it really matter? We're going out the very back of the road and leaving us.
Inquisitive gods exist around here. You want to have our
To
story
shut your
straight?
trap and keep it simple.
I'll let you do the talking. Got it. Let's go.
Well then.
Why are you all leaving the show? It's still got
And
close to an hour left.
Hold on. I'm having to roll
This is
something
where
here.
it gets good. I mean, this is...
Oh yeah. Moxie deliberately fails a con check and vomits on his boots. I am so sorry.
I'm sorry. She was saying she had
dear.
stuff.
Ow.
We wanted to get out
yeah,
before there
this is
was
gonna
a
be
problem.
bad.
I am so sorry.
And she just starts stumbling.
Beg pardon?
Go on. Go on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes,
Come
And
on.
she just
You see him take a drink from a flask.
what that was.
That sounds familiar.
That's very familiar to me. Impressive control though.
sounds like he's rounding it out with, but that's beside
But
Mm.
subject matter aside, there were some really stellar performances in that.
Especially when I managed to get the
Considering this is the first play I've ever seen, I have nothing to go off of. But
that is
that was awful.
that
That's
is
not
the
the first
worst
play
I've
you've seen.
seen.
Remember the one that we had in the Castle of Heart's Desire?
We were
Mhm.
playing.
Yeah, I was about to say, we less saw that and more...
We were
enacted
Were
it.
that.
Well, in case any of you ever wondered where I got those techniques from, this is it. Different crew, though.
All right then.
I hope and pray when we go down to hell that we manage to see Grand Maestro Argive. He will completely turn your world upside down.
I can't wait.
I
I
don't
like a
know
good
if I'm
performance.
interested in having my world turned upside down. I'd like it right side up.
The world turned upside down.
Oh, hush you before I have to knock you out with a sandbag.
Nah, it was like a.
Helion, excellent! I thought I'd corrupt you eventually.
I thought it was good. It was like that one with the Latin name, Carpe Jugulum, something like that.
Carpe Diem?
You know,
Carpe what? Something?
Jugulum.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't. I don't.
Over
know.
table, I was trying to do a reference to Les Mis, so I went Carpe Jugulum, which means
You keep cutting out.
Yeah.
I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Whoops. Maybe this will help.
Well, that was unpleasant.
That
At
was
least-
interesting.
At least we didn't get to the. I hope they didn't try to do anything with Alicia. I hope they weren't
Judging
about
by
to do
all the
that.
other characters they had in there, I would not be surprised.
I'm glad we left before she showed up then, or we might
28
have had a bigger
perception.
problem.
28 perception. Rokai's ears perk up to see if he hears anything. Give him the opening. Let's see what he does.
My name is Alicia.
Oh no.
I am a bad witch.
Honestly, Moxie, it sounds like they're doing her justice. Though I don't.
Try repeating so she can hear it, because I'd love to see what she folds you into like a piece of paper.
Okay,
You all
I'm
look
the one
over
doing
at
the.
you all look over at Alicia, and you see her go.
I mean, admittedly, you're not a baritone, okay?
Oh God.
There's still people in there.
And I mean,
Okay. You know what? Fine. Let's go. No need to cause a scene.
Let's go have some drinks.
Alicia. Hey, how's Knox? How's he doing?
I don't know. I'm sure he's great. How do you think those people would like to meet the real Alicia? Huh? Yeah.
Well, I
Probably like
imagine
that,
they'd be.
wouldn't you?
I imagine they'd be very impressed for about 10 seconds.
Sure they would.
Mm-hmm.
because then their lives would end after 10 seconds.
Okay.
Yes, that was the
Alright.
joke.
Okay.
Remember
don't-
what we picked up today.
Why don't we go get
Bring
something to
yourself some
settle?
joy.
Why don't we go get something to settle Moxie's stomach? Okay, let's go.
Drinks all around.
No, never mind.
Rokai's still listening to the solo. Actually, not bad. And by the
As you
way,
all-
calling you out for responding to something I was hearing.
I mean, it's entirely plausible that that's just the acoustics.
Hmm.
As you all head back into the inn for a drink, you see
Or
Barty,
two.
who is sitting down having a drink.
Hey there, old sport.
Hello there. Where did you all go?
We went and caught a show.
That's
Freaking called
fantastic,
back?
isn't it?
It's
It's
certainly
okay.
something.
Oh, it's a great show. They
Oh,
wow. They
the production
nailed
value is
a lot of those characters, I'm sure.
the production
Sure they
value is
did.
fantastic compared to when I was
Then
here
who
before.
was your favorite?
My favorite character? I don't know. That Niv Mizzet guy, his vocal range was when he does the Niv Mizzet, that gets me every single time. It
It's
really
catchy,
does.
isn't it? I can't get it out of my head now.
It's so catchy.
I have to say though, the plot was a bit villain heavy. I thought it would focus more on, I mean, the feats of the Cinderflame. You know,
if he designed the show for a reason.
he
I'm
designed
sure he had
the
his
show.
reasons.
I could not stand the first girl who played Foxy. The understudy ended up having to be pulled on stage because of an accident. Can you believe it?
Sandbag
Oh,
fell.
good.
But the
Well, you all
understudy,
got what you want. You have your
Alright.
audience.
excellent. This is going to be fun.
When?
Now.
I'm.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh boy, this is gonna be fun.
can we come for now?
Can you what?
Nothing. Head chat. Well, there goes the makeup idea. Unless you're quick.
He's already seen my face.
Do you all need to do something before you go?
I mean, we're
You
not
are here
exactly
at your
We're-
inn.
we're not exactly dressed for the occasion.
Then I suggest you get to it.
Yes, sir. Come, ladies, gentlemen, let's put our faces on.
Makeup. It's the one thing I hated about theater. Cosmetics.
Yes, well, unfortunately,
Everyone roll to see how you do your makeup.
Oh dear.
I don't think I can do that.
Oh boy, lucky number 7. I don't know what goes with that. If that's performance, that's a 24.
I want to say
Hey, I
sleight of
beat you
hand or
by
stealth.
1. I had rolled an 8.
I
Sleight
mean-
of hand.
I suppose I
sleight of
could
hand.
brush.
That is 12 grand total.
I suppose I could
Oh.
brush some charcoal through my fur and patterning, and it's 22.
13.
Leo?
12.
Yeah, I wasn't really made to wear this stuff very much.
I'm just surprised I managed to not look like a smeared clown.
You all have your makeup on and your
At least.
clothes.
Oh, what do you think? I think I can
But
pull off
the-
Mountain Wolf. How about you?
The makeup is a little shoddy.
I hate this stuff.
It looks like maybe it might be one of the first times
In a very
You
long
put
while
on-
that I've done that.
makeup on.
Okay. Rokai drawing on prior experience, rolling here. Here, let me help touch you up. That's 22 to help make it look more natural.
With your big paws. As you
Deft and delicate maneuvers.
it doesn't really look any different.
Damn, that was an 18 on die. And okay, fair enough.
It's about the layer that you already have on. It's the major thing.
We've already spent about an hour.
Now it's kind
Yes.
of like putting makeup on a pig. You know.
Oh!
Rokai, you are never allowed to touch my face again.
I didn't say that, and I didn't really change it much. I think we're leaving it there, everybody. Good night. Quickly before Justin dies.
I wasn't saying that anyone in particular. I was saying all of you, your makeup looks very shoddy.
That's because we're not used to doing this shit.
Correct. Which is fine.
Which makes it
As
funny.
you all go to Barty.
His face says it all. I know I shouldn't have put that much on.
What did have you all done this before?
A long time
That
ago.
obvious.
Oh,
Her teacher never required me to powder my face.
well. Okay. This
Oh.
will be interesting.
We should take it off.
No, they might find it funny.
Jesters.
I mean, we are presenting ourselves begging their leave to stay in the region, aren't we?
I would maybe say that you've never had to do this before. Yeah, just play
Into the
Play it
ignorance.
up. Play into the ignorance. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Remind me to show you all how to do this better later.
I had no idea. I'm sorry,
I
Barty, can I ask you
perform on
something?
Thursdays.
Oh, really? Will you play?
I knew you'd get a feel for it. You just had to go that one.
I did.
Barty, I have to ask, though. They were talking about a gift at the church. Do you know anything about that?
I do.
Have you received it?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. I was hoping to get some
It-
insight.
Goes against my base religion, but I am tempted.
It's your
Hmm.
base.
Well, I am praying to a couple of different gods at the moment, seeing, really playing the I'm not that much of a religious person, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys, but if I were to choose one, maybe Perforos.
Not a bad choice.
Seems like a nice guy.
I spent many years in the Cult of the Void myself. No longer practicing.
I'm looking for that one god, that really speaks to me. But
In my
I've yet to
experience,
find it.
most of them say quite a bit more than you might expect.
But they leave Moxie whispers, fun. Teal Ra. You might look in that direction.
Come, together, as one, let's go.
Teal.
She gives just a single wink as she's leaving.
As he takes you
Not
all,
for flirting, not for flirting, just to get him to take the hint.
as he takes you all up to the castle, you all walk across the large insignia of the dragon that is in front of the castle.
Oh.
Barty, who is on this insignia? Who does it represent? Suspect I know, but it'd be nice to hear.
It represents the court.
The full court. Oh, fascinating.
The court of cinders.
Well, that begs the
Then-
question.
Color me impressed.
Why has the royal crest been replaced with the symbol for the court of cinders?
You will see.
Ah. Wonderful.
Rokai, you are flooded with memories as the palace doors open, seeing your childhood home.
Nat 20 composure.
Mhm.
The maids and the butlers that are coming around. Do you all need anything?
Seeking.
we
told
have an
audience.
Audience with Dame Darlucia.
we have an appointment.
Very well. Bartholomew, to take them to Dame Darlucia. I will at once.
Thank you very much.
As he takes you all up the grand staircase, you see the chandeliers that are illuminating the area, the finest gold that money can buy, with
Wow.
crystals that dangle almost like snowflakes from them.
Was it always this gaudy?
Like one of those in a castle someday.
I wonder how much of that I could go and use for spell components.
Probably quite
Over
a lot.
table.
As
Was
the
it always this gaudy?
No, it was
No.
not. As the
yeah.
doors open, you see a woman that is sitting in a throne. Hello.
Deep formal bow. Thank you
Suit.
for taking audience with us, Dame Darlucia.
Do tell the servants to get some food prepared for our guests. Why are you here in front of moi?
Good Queen, we are refugees from the Icewind Dale.
Okay. Take that word out for a second and try that again.
We come from the Icewind Dale.
That sounds better. You don't sound nearly as depressing as you all look.
Requesting
I've just been read for filth by a man dressed as a woman. You hear this in your head, it's like, that's as a man disguised as a woman, and I've just been read for filth. Ugh.
requesting your permission to establish ourselves here in Brailton.
Established how?
Start anew. A dragon came to the Icewind Dale and destroyed everything we have, so wherever we end up, we have to start fresh, and we heard only good things about this kingdom.
Oh, of course you did. It's because we are one of the best in the realm. Certified from his lord. So, you wish to start anew. Now,
Head
I
chat,
am.
feel free to back me up. Anyone.
Moxie is.
I am inundated right now with feelings. And looking at you all, some of them turn my stomach a little bit. Can we get them something better to wear? They just look so poor.
My queen, we are not this is a result of us not being familiar with the situation. We've never had an audience with royalty, see, but we are prepared to present ourselves to you. We
Yes.
are a performer, a healer, a mage. And, well, I am more spiritual, but I can provide manual labor.
Hmm. So you want to work for me? Is that what I'm hearing?
And our services to the community, yes. Help it grow.
Oh, of course. Delightful.
It's all for the betterment of society, yes?
Of course it is. Guards.
I'm about to kill this bitch. I'm about to kill this bitch. I'm about to kill this bitch.
One right there, the bard. She'll be a new court jester. I will take both of the tiny ones. The one that can heal. You will work on some new magic to tighten these wrinkles on my face. I need that done immediately, if not sooner. The wizard cast some kind of spell to liven up the atmosphere a little bit. Whenever I eat, I will need some entertainment. You will remain in here for a good portion of the time. As for you, big and burly,
I'm
will
sorry.
need you.
With respect, wouldn't it make more sense to have the bard provide entertainment?
Darling, no. Different kind of entertainment. He is going to make some of the food move.
You all hear in head chat, I'm about to fireball this twat, okay? It's somebody get this under control now, or your
wouldn't blame you
diplomacy is
for
going to
it.
go out the window.
Okay.
I'm not sure what to say to these over the table. Besides, no.
Moxie angry. Moxie
this
big
is-
angry.
Charisma 23. Rokai says, with all respect, Highness, when Master Stonebar advised us come here, it would be different circumstances somehow. This is strange.
Stonebar invited you.
Some time ago, yes. Long ago. He spoke so highly of this place.
Stonebar!
Uh-oh.
See this fat bastard.
Over table, trying to bait the conversation in productive ways.
Mm-hmm.
Here,
Please,
now.
Oh, I'm trying to figure this out as well.
You all hear behind you large footsteps.
All of my fur stands up.
As
Oh, floof.
he comes by you all, he's not a large man. He's actually very short. Bald, his skin looks almost like stone. As you see, his teeth are nasty and dirty and brown, with bits of white that you can see from where he's tried to take care of them. You see that he has some very small spectacles that he takes off as he puts them into his pocket. As short as this man, and he's very wide, and he's built like a brick shit house. His muscles are very, very large. He's old and tattered. Rokai, from last you saw him, He has a very scraggly beard that he has grown now, and it is white.
What is it, Dame Darlusha?
These travelers say that you invited them.
It was
You
quite
see
some
that
time
his
ago.
boots are elevated, and they are completely comprised of steel as he comes over to you all.
I don't remember.
How's he compared to Mick and
Oh, we
Leon?
had this large drinking contest. My friend here, he points
Taller.
at Nick.
Taller than
19,
both of them? Okay.
Yes.
19 on die, plus 2 is 21 deception. I beg your pardon, Highness. This is not the man that we met so long ago. I think someone was posing as your stone bar and the lovely Lady Reyna. I am sorry for wasting your time.
Lady who?
That was the name we were given, Reyna.
Stonebar comes up to you as he puts a blade to your throat.
Where did you hear that name?
The imposter gave it. Put that away, you heathen.
Until a moment ago, I thought it came from...
Don't you look at me that way.
I
You cut out.
like her. She's got a mouth on her. I like to cut it off.
That doesn't go very well for most people.
Sir, you can...
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Madam, respect to your court and your authority. You can threaten me however you like, but do not my friends, sir.
I think for now that I will welcome you to my court. I have a lovely place that I will show to you. That will be your quarters for now.
Really? Thank you, Your Grace, thank you. Scraping the ground, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You're
Head chat,
welcome.
everyone, play it cool.
Oh, yes.
Play it up.
Guards! As she snaps her fingers. 25 guards come in.
What?
Follow us.
Yes, sir.
End well, Rokai. You hear it, it's up here. This is not going to end well.
Oh, it never was.
As they bring you through the castle, Rokai, you see the halls that you used to roam, chasing your friends, playing.
Are we heading to the quarters or the dungeon?
I've got something prepared either way. Everyone be prepared to plug your ears.
I am paying
As
attention
the
to the route
doors
we take.
open, you see that you are headed toward the dungeon.
They're taking
Cover
us
your
to the
ears,
dungeon.
everybody, now.
No, we're not going to go and immediately give ourselves away.
You don't want to know what they do to people behind those doors.
A possibility
We're
we
going
may
with
not get
Moxie's
out of here.
plan.
Cover your ears now or forever lose your hearing.
Okay.
That is That is a 33 performance.
Alicia puts her hand on you. There are 25 guards right here.
Mm-hmm.
And a whole castle more.
Cool it.
As she, in head chat, what's our play here, guys?
I can get us out with the spell I mentioned the other day. It'll go and let us phase through the castle.
I didn't expect us to get this far. Honestly, if they are going to interrogate, we can use that as an opportunity to get information.
Why is over the table? Why is everyone cutting out today?
I don't know. I
Was I-
really couldn't
I don't
tell
know,
you.
but I've been noticing it too.
Was I cutting out again? I'm sorry.
Everyone.
I think Discord's
It's
acting up.
not just you, Toll.
Hmm.
Fiddled with the cables. So, I don't know how much of what I said you heard, so I'm just going to go ahead and say I didn't expect to get us this far, but if they're going to interrogate us, we use that as an opportunity to actually gain information from them if we're smart and keep our heads together.
I guess I've gotten enough used to pain I can manage.
And there's always the other option of us just walking out of here. I have the spell that lets us practically phase through ground.
Then we have a plan.
Indeed. Let's see what happens behind the dungeon door.
As
doesn't
you
like that
all
growl.
see the dungeon open, it harkens back to the very first time that you all saw each other. In those dungeon cells so very long ago.
It was a bit different. A bit more dark and lonely, and I was gagged and tied up.
Thus.
In head chat, I say the last time I stood on these stairs, I saw my friend's skin on the ground.
Inside.
Yes, sir.
Very
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Pretending to be oblivious.
Oh, so
Roxy's just letting a little of her attitude show through.
beds.
What?
I said Moxie's letting just a smidge of her attitude show through.
Heard you. Was wondering what Nat
Oh.
said.
Leon's saying, trying to act oblivious and say, "Oh, now where's the beds at in this place? I wonder if I can go and set up over."
That's a bit much. That's a
Oh,
bit
you know,
As
it's
the
distracting.
cell doors are slammed and locked, Stonebar's gonna have fun with you guys.
Oh, he is.
See
Why is
now. I'm not
Who's-
impressed by your
I'm-
Mr. Stonebar.
Who said that?
One of the guards.
Oh, okay. I was making sure it wasn't Barty.
As you all look around the dungeon cells, you see that there is someone else that is in the cells with you.
Friends, I don't think that this is a living quarters.
Definitely
God.
isn't. Natural 20 on the perception. Who is it?
Oh, Rokai takes a deep breath before looking too closely because he's afraid he already knows.
You all see a woman that is holding on to her knees in tattered clothes.
Absolutely dropping all pretense. Rokai steps towards her, kneels down, looks her at the face and says, Reina? Is that you?
And that is where we're going to leave off tonight, folks. I wanted to thank you all so very much for joining us tonight. I hope that you enjoyed. Please Join us next week and see exactly where our heroes will end up next. Will they escape the dungeon? Will they figure out the plot of this Dame Darlucia? And will they figure out the answer to the question of what is good and evil?
I think I'm already on track for that one.
Join us,
Spoilers.
my friends,
Spoilers.
next time, next week, same time, same great place, so that we may tell you another tale of the Crimson Moon Chronicles. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.